effort, very least. Um, company name. President name. Color scheme. I don't know how to change the color scheme. Don't know. Like, it's not giving me any sort of clickable thingy here.
Hmm.
Oh my god.
Bless you. Yup.
Yeah, it's always happened. Like, it's my nose dries out overnight, and then throughout the whole next day, it's just like I sneeze, and it's just I don't know. Oh, it's an ongoing process at the very least. All right. So Oz has got his own little transport company started. Um, let's see what we can see. Just making sure OBS is good to go.
This game does not multitask well.
It's an old game. I mean,
Yeah.
it's definitely not full of modern conveniences. Let's put it that way. I want a road. Well, where is terraforming? There it is.
So I'll start kind of in the corner. I'll go way to the west.
I'm starting in the smack middle of the map.
All right.
Um, all right, and we're gonna want. Let's see. Ooh, they have inline bus station. Nice. I wonder when they added those. Um, I like that. That's very handy. Um, let's see. There is a way to um can't remember.
These do not have much coverage. Stations.
Yeah, the stations are rough.
Oof.
Um, let's see. Trying to get back. I want.
See, if I recall correctly, you said that you could alter the stations afterwards.
Yeah, if you build it, like let's say you build a train station,
Yep.
and then you build a bus station right next to it, it'll merge it into the same station.
Okay, but you can increase like the platform length and stuff.
Of a train station,
Yeah.
once it's placed, you can add onto it.
Okay.
But I haven't played it long. You know, it's been years and years since I played this, so
Yeah. Okay.
I can't speak exactly for you know what could be a feature because it has been too long. So if I do vehicle, buy vehicle, show orders, go to here, and then here.
Probably going to take me a little while to get acclimated.
All right, buses are away, and they're going all to the same one. So that's great. That's great. Yay, passengers first. We become an empire with the first bus. Now, how many lovely people is this gonna? We're gonna move what 6 people on the first one? Yeah, maybe not. Hey, I got a little income that time. Can you just stop?
Never.
Stupid bus was just like, okay. Now, how many peoples are sitting over here? 152 passengers. Oh, I might need some more buses. Yeah, this city is like way built. How many passengers? Like 35 passengers fit on one of these buses. That's pretty good. But we're not even making a dent in moving them. All right. Now, one of the options I have, the game has last time I played the open version, the OpenTTD, I linked. It's free. You can download it. It's free. Everything is free. But I mean, it is. They have really added a bunch of stuff to the game, like a bunch of stuff. So, it's pretty crazy. There's a house right here that I want to destroy. Can I destroy that? How much is that going to cost me? $700. There we go. So one of the if you look at the advanced options for the game, one of the options is to prevent cities from actually building roads. So you can control. That was like I remember playing this back in the 90s when it was actually Transport Tycoon Deluxe. Um like yeah, it was rough. The cities would just build their roads willy-nilly and it was just like, "Oh, man." Um all right. So if we look at road vehicles, we made $7,000 in road vehicles. We actually, if you take away the purchase of the buses themselves, we actually made some money. Um, not much. We made maybe 2,000, 2,000 bucks.
Take that to the bank.
Yeah. The loan interest is really what's killing us. If we wouldn't have had that, we would have made like $6,000. But each of these buses is roughly full. Yeah, each of these buses is basically full on every trip, which is, well, except for that one. Can you just stop? I need these to be spaced out. Obviously, the algorithm that operates these. Oh my God, we have 400 passengers sitting over here. This city is. So I started a lot later. Usually, if you start at like, I don't know, I think like 1850s is like the earliest you can start. The towns are much, much smaller. And you can get like a train station embedded inside the middle of the city a lot easier. But if I wanted to embed a train station in here, it would cost me an unbelievable amount of money. um,
Can trains turn around on at stations?
yes, they should be able to.
Okay.
They can't turn around at signal. So if they're blocked at a signal, they can't just flip around at a signal, but they can in station.
Okay, excellent.
I wonder if I can put a station in here. I don't think I can rotate the window. Like, I don't think I can rotate the world. Oh, are they all going into maintenance? Yep. One thing I usually turn off is breakdowns because it just happens too frequently. Okay. Yeah, these cities, this map right here, are just huge. Can I build a road? No, there's something there. Oh, where was the... There was a view at some point that could show me like it could hide the buildings. What was that? There it is. Transparency options. Aha! Found it. There we go. Invisible instead of transparent. There we go. And then buildings. There we go. Now I can see through buildings. Excellent. Much more helpful. So there's one building here. What I could do is blow this up. I'm going to buy all this land. So the city can't build anything right there. So if I build a train station right here, it should merge in with this station here. So we're going to go that direction, 2 tracks, 7 length. Okay. As you can see, it merges in with that station there. All right. Now let's go over, well, where should we go with this? Let's do this city in here is another big one. We can probably justify, possibly, one of those. Well, let's first, I cannot physically pause it when we're in multiplayer. That's one of the things that we cannot do. We're going to build that.
Might make it a little rough.
And there. Okay. No idea actually how much that cost, but we're going to roll with it anyway. Okay, so this city, I can connect with buses to this itty bitty one over here. That's fine. Let's get actually some train action here. Oh, the city's way up on a hill. That's going to slow things down quite a bit. Like that. Okay. And then we're going to want... Probably eventually we're going to have this one double tracked, possibly maybe down the road if we needs it. Let's do... There we go. And let's get you in line. I like these stations that are right in line with this. This is nice. Um, let's see. How much money do I have left?
Shows at the bottom right.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know it's there. I just remember I have to
Mumbling to yourself.
I have
For
to
about
fill the
2 hours.
I have to fill the void with something. My
Yeah.
my insane ramblings is just all I've got. Let's do by vehicle and let's do orders from here to here, and then um, okay. Yay! Citizens celebrate. You better celebrate, damn it!
Rejoice.
I love how they all stack together. Betcha there's a script that tries to balance those out. I know transport. What? Transport fever. Um, is that transport fever? I can't even remember like the modern version of this. I've played it several times.
Probably transport fever.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Most appropriate.
Yeah, it's the modern version of this, and they had a lot of quality of life stuff that I really liked, namely the separation of the vehicles from one another on a single line. Um, So Ocerock's company value, it just went from $300 to $74. Uh-oh. Oh, and he's pink.
Ooh. I'm pink? Oh.
He's a pink company. Yeah, I don't know how to change that on mine. Like I have no idea how to change like the color scheme. And there's a color scheme button and it's red, but I can't click it. It just doesn't like you can have colors like multiple color schemes for different things like steam engine, diesel engine, but I have no way of changing that. I have no idea how to change or add to the color schemes. So if anybody out there knows, let me know because that would be nice. So we could actually change our color schemes. All right, yeah, this guy has got 1,000 passengers. I'm going to guess this guy here is going to be very similar in number of passengers.
Finance window.
Oh, there we go. Look at that. I made 54,000 last year. If it wasn't for construction and new vehicles, I'd actually be making money. I'm down to 71,000. How many passengers? Oh, you've already got 500 passengers. Okay. So I'm going to try to see if we can afford a new train. I need something with a decent amount of horsepower and tractive effort because we have hills to climb. Capacity 76 passengers. Oh, there's diesel in here too. Okay.
There we go. I found out how to change the color scheme.
Ooh.
Okay, so you click on the person, the display general company info.
Yeah.
And then color scheme. It says your color, livery,
Mm-hmm.
and purple, you don't click that. Up above, it says purple again for me. And you click there and you can select it.
Says purple.
For me, it's purple anyway. You must be
Oh,
red.
okay. The column title. Okay.
Column.
Okay. You just like madly click in there until something like, damn it. All right. I have really not enough money to be spending on freaking trains right now. This is kind of insane. Let's see. I want to encourage growth in this direction. Around the station. And I can't, fast forward the game at all. This is a multiplayer game, so all that stuff is disabled. Um, yeah, I have over 1,000 passengers. And these stupid, stupid things. Hey, really? You're going to break down? You were brand new. Literally brand new. Like a year old, and you're breaking down already. That's not a good sign. Not a good sign. I mean, I am making money. Not a lot. But I am making some money. These buses like pair up like this. It's so annoying. Oh my God, don't click out of the window. It just closes the window. Really don't want to do that with OBS being as touchy as it is. Ooh, there's an opportunity to build a road. Um, so yeah, I have the thing set so the town itself cannot build roads. It can develop, but it can't build roads itself, which is helpful. It might not sound like it, but the way that the town builds roads is just annoying. I don't know what the ideal like grid size is. Never been one for knowing exactly the way to min max this game. Um, okay, I mean this city should be growing over here. Town grows every 200 days. All right. Did Coffee leave us?
He's still in chat.
Oh.
I think he did say he was going AFK for or a bit ago. He said that.
Ooh, Darwin 200. Oh yeah, and there's mail that we can move between the cities as well. Yeah.
Bleeding money big time.
Oh yeah. Look at your
Yeah.
finances. Oh, there's a moth on the wall over here. Where did that guy come? Yeah, if you started out with trains, that's a rough one
Yeah.
because trains are just so much more expensive. Even getting a little bit of trickle in money from buses is that's why I start with buses, because you want to have at least some income coming in. You know, if you have train infrastructure placed down but not enough money to buy a train, you're screwed.
Yeah.
You have to get a loan because the trains are not cheap. Whereas I've got a little bit of money coming in from my bus lines, and that goes a long ways. So if I just bide my time, I've got some 11,000 in construction. Where did I buy that? Sounds like no, it's not a new vehicle. 11,000. Oh, probably roads. I'm guessing. But I actually am profitable for the year so far, as long as I don't buy anything. um,
Weird. I thought I saw a duplicate cursor for a second there.
um, yeah, 11,000. That's just the few roads that I've built. Is that how expensive though? I haven't even been paying attention to how expensive stuff is, which is probably a bad idea.
Yeah, probably not a good idea.
It's like just build willy nilly and say, "Oh, why am I out of money?" I mean, I'm plus 30,000 for the year. And the other issue is, yeah, these have 1,700 passengers there, 1,400 there. There's no way I would be able to move all of those passengers with buses. I mean, 1,700 passengers, that's a lot of buses at 35 apiece. It would just be just a conga line of buses to try to get that, and it would be outrageously expensive. And the city growth is not based on destinations. Unlike some of the more modern takes of games like this, the algorithm to grow cities is one of the simplest in the world. Like, it's so simple, determining whether or not a city grows is just based on like how many of its what percent of its passengers are getting serviced. So right now, this city, I have a poor rating, right? Poor rating because there's 1,800 passengers in there and they're not getting moved. I need to move those passengers, even if I move them from here to down right here. Like, if I just move them down the street a little bit, the game would be like, oh, you moved passengers. That's good. But the further you move them, like if I take passengers from here over to here, like I get more money, right? So I want to it's October. I want to go the whole year without buying a train. And then I want to buy a train, and it's going to be horribly expensive. I mean, it's going to drain me dry. Badly. And then we'll see if. So one thing I don't want to do is move so many passengers that my buses are now empty. Right, that would be a bad idea. What is my rating here? Good. For some reason, it's good here. How about over here? Very good, because this is a smaller city. not as many people, and so the passengers don't build up and build up and build up and build up. So, yeah, good times there. Look at all these crappy roads that the AI has built. Oh, man. We are in November. We're almost to the end of the year. Let's build this road a little bit here and there. Yeah. One of the things I do, I play this game many, many times over the years, and one of the things I like to do is do like an Uber production. And so trying to min-max city growth and get perfect grids and just spider out and have the city built up around, you know, a huge chunk of land, and then just watch the city as it grows. It's quite impressive. There was a YouTube video I watched. One of the reasons why I had this game in my mind. Yeah, there was a YouTube video that tried to grow a city to be the biggest, you know, that he'd ever seen in a game. And yeah, he grew a city to be like, it was unbelievable. I don't even know what the final population of the city was, but it took, if a 256 map, it took like a quarter of the map. The very center of the map was just this blob of a city.
Can I ask your advice?
Sure.
So bus station depots. Do you want to use like the throughput path, the ones on the right hand side, or like the other ones? They look almost like a parking lot instead.
Well, it's just your preference. I'm using the ones that are in line with the road are really nice. They work really well, and they're fast.
Okay.
The ones that the vehicle has to pull into are a little slower because it takes, you know, it's just a little bit of time for the vehicle to actually get into the station. Plus, it takes a tile away from the city, and it eliminates the fact that you could have a building there that just supplies more passengers.
Right.
So yeah, I've been using the inline version. But again, it's just kind of down to preference. All right, so we had a pretty decent year without too much expense. I actually made $53,000. So let's look at a vehicle. Let's see, with floss 47, 100 miles per hour. I don't think we need that kind of speed, but that power would be nice. Cost 39,000, 42,000 for that. 35,000. Darn. SH8P 51,000. Nope. I'm not going to buy a steam engine that's more expensive than a diesel. All right, so let's buy 42,000. Ouch. Then we're going to have 40 passengers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we're going to have like 4 mail cars. Go here. And then go here. And then run. All right. First train on its way. That beast was $61,000. Let's see what she makes on her maiden voyage. Loading up with passengers. Just load them up. Pile them on like sardines, please. And now I'm also accepting mail because that was a thing. Remember? Addressing envelopes and mail and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. I know all the Gen Zers and the millennials out there are like, what is mail? Is it email? How does a train move email? All right. So there's 2,200 passengers at this station. All right, first run. Gonna unload first. It's not the fastest thing in the world, but it is gonna give me $10,000 for that first run. So now it is got full passengers, not quite full mail. Yeah, we're gonna. Well, I'm glad I made sure to accommodate for a double track to put another train on this, because wowzers. Yeah, there's already more mail here than that exists in here. And it's unloading. Let's see if we get another 10K. And the next trip back should be completely full. There's 13,000. How about that? Yeah, we are going to not only pay for this train in the same year that we bought it, we're just exponentially increasing our profit. Yeah, our train revenue after two runs is now almost as profitable as all our buses running full. Like, we have like 9-10 buses, and this train is moving lots of people, not in any danger of running out of space either. So I could probably replace this train with one at max length, because I didn't even build this to max length. 14,000. Yeah, as you service more passengers, the passengers that are waiting haven't been waiting as long, so you get more money. When the passenger is sitting there waiting for a very, very long time, the amount of money that you make moving them goes down. So the fact that we're kind of chewing through our passengers right now is a good thing, because now we're getting more and more money from those lines. And look at that. We're actually already profitable for the year, like 2 months after I bought that train. Another 14 grand. We could probably pay off our loan here soon. So I'm going to repay 100K. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should half the amount of loan interest we are making. And let's take a look at Oss's thing here. Company value is doing pretty good. Looks like he is doing not too bad.
Yeah, it's on the rise.
Yeah, you're starting to pull out of the desperation.
Yeah. I wouldn't say I ever got too desperate. I don't think I dipped below 70K.
He's not working on the corner. He's not that desperate.
Yeah. Well, I'm working on the corner, but it's for fun. So.
Oh, okay.
Just for funsies, you know.
Yeah.
As one does.
Demonetized.
Yeah. Have you built your headquarters yet?
No. I should do that. There it is. Build HQ. I saw it somewhere. Well, since we started in Plunksburg, let's go up there.
Oh boy. Another game that Buggy gets to struggle with the AI building non-square city block roads.
Oh, I have towns disabled. Towns cannot build roads. That is disabled in this game. only the player can build roads in a town, and that is very, very specific. Because
imagine why.
yeah, it's
And, oh my
a real
goodness.
struggle. It's
Yeah,
really
the
bad
term
with
for that train.
it's really bad with transport fever. I mean, that game, the city, the way that the city builds, when the city builds a road, it doesn't matter how big the city is. The city can be massive. And then the stupid new roads that the city builds are these tiny, like, gravel shitty roads. And
Well,
it's
yeah,
like,
for whatever reason, it only starts with those, and then maybe it'll upgrade them.
it usually doesn't. It usually doesn't. But the problem with that game is the higher density roads are wider. So when you upgrade a road in place, it usually demolishes all the buildings around it, and it completely destroys the city. Right? Imagine they're going to widen a city or a road in New York City, and they have to demolish, the core of downtown to do it. Like, it completely negates the reason to widen the street in the first place.
Yep.
It takes years for it to build back up again. Years and years and years. All right. We're going to demolish that.
That was expensive.
There what used to be a way. Oh, there it is. We're gonna, oh, no. Damn it. No. All right.
It's weird that they default to non-stop.
Yeah, that's an option in the game settings.
Ah.
Default to nonstop.
Because of the way that game's generated, if you look at it, it almost looks like you're building on a world that's upside down.
Really?
Yeah, for whatever reason, it's just a trick of the eye. Instead of like you're looking at it from the one direction, it almost looks like everything's upside down.
Huh. I guess I don't see that.
It only happened when I looked away and looked back, and I'm like, oh, that looks weird.
I mean, maybe it's the transparency of the buildings that I have on. I usually always have the transparency on because
That also
it's nearly impossible to actually see what's going on without it. So we are almost done with this year. Holy shit. We have profited, even with the $60,000 new vehicle train that I purchased. I have profited $100,000 this year. We have made $190,000 so far. Over double our profits. And this number of passengers is actually dropping. Which is bad. Very bad. This one. So our buses will likely start bleeding. Oh, so many bags of mail. Jesus. Yeah. So what I need actually to do is coverage. And over the years, I have actually looked for ways or things in game, or maybe there's a script available that increases the coverage area of stations. But I would love it. Bus stations, yes, they can have the 4 square coverage all the way around. But train stations should have much wider coverage, and then airports should have a huge coverage. Because how many airports do you have in a city? Like, you don't have 5 airports in a city. servicing, the city. You have one big airport, and it services the whole city.
Yeah, and then all the buses and occasionally even subways service it.
Right. You have a bunch of stuff, but you have just the one airport. I don't. Yeah, I see that as.
I don't think I've seen one of these games try and incorporate taxi service. They usually only stick with like the established routes of a bus or whatever.
Yeah, mass transit.
Yeah, there is. There is a. Oh, I pissed off the authority. Very poor. Darn.
You pissed off the cat?
So there's there's one of the expansions for City Skylines that includes taxi service that you can add to the city, and the new City Skylines coming out in October is going to have it as part of the base game, taxi service. So,
Oh, fun.
yeah, they're actually
Well, at least
integrating.
that'll be part of the base game and not another DLC.
Yeah, they're integrating quite a bit into the base game this time around. Like, it's going to have seasons as part of the base game. Taxi service, a bunch of other things are going to be part of the base game, and they're integrating a lot of the functionality of very popular mods into the base game. From what I've seen, they're still putting the polish and stuff on the game, but yeah, it's actually like one of the most popular mods. Was the traffic manager, like President's Edition or whatever they did. It's gone through several names. But yeah, I think they're integrating a lot of that functionality into the base game for really finite control of traffic. And the big news, the stuff that I am very excited for, they removed the hard-coded AI agent limit. So, like, I don't know how many people out there knew City Skylines or has played it, but the game, when you would start a new city, it would be super awesome at first. The traffic simulation, everything was very, very accurate because every citizen was simulated. Every citizen went to work and went to shop, and the little AI agents, little people running on, either a car on the road or a person on the sidewalk or a person riding the subway were all being simulated. But the first City Skylines had a hard-coded limit of 65,536 agents. So as soon as your city hit 65,000 population, anytime after that, the city then started to abstract the number of citizens, right? So if you had a city of 200,000, it was only ever simulating or showing 65,000 agents, which is why I would have routinely, pretty much every game that I would play, I would have worse traffic at a population of 60,000 than I would have at a population of 500,000. Right? I'd hit 500,000 in my city, and the cities were bare. Like the streets, like, yeah, I would have a couple like busy intersections, but it's 500,000 people. There should be way more people on the roads.
Yeah.
With a city like that. And so, yeah, what they did is they took the agent limit and they made it a basically a scalable number depending on your computer's hardware.
Okay.
For the new version. and so it's also I'm guessing they basically tried to future proof it, because the original City Skylines is 10 years old. I mean, it's been going for 10 years. So 10 years from now, who knows what computers are going to be able to do? And at that point, loading up a city in that game will automatically scale depending on your memory and processor and stuff like that. So who knows what they'll be in 10 years, but hopefully better. No guarantee, but hopefully better. All right. So that I'm trying to encourage the city to grow over here. Coverage. Yeah, now I've got more mail than passengers here.
I'm sending a lot of letters.
Oh, there's one thing I was gonna ask, Coffee, is like the expansion packs for Farming Simulator. Is it just like vehicles that they add, or do they actually add new, like, actual core gameplay things?
So typically the expansion packs always come with a new map, and they try and showcase some new gameplay things, but they're not. It depends on which pack it is, because sometimes they do a pack that is only vehicles. Sometimes, like the Platinum expansion, added a new map that had new interactive things on the map. Because usually you would just, plant your crops, grow them, harvest them, and then you could either sell them directly or take like all your wheat to a flour mill, turn it into flour, and then sell that flour, or take that flour and turn it into bread and sell that bread, which increases the price that you get from it. But one of the things they did in this one was they had a use for all of these materials. So, like, if you chop down a bunch of trees, you could make wooden planks out of it, and then they had a roller coaster that you could build. You would just have to deliver the materials in stages, and then in the end, whoop-de-doo, you made a roller coaster.
Really, a roller coaster?
Mm-hmm. And you could ride it. That part was fun. And then, like, one of the other things you could do was build a sailing boat, and you would get like $300,000 or euros, whatever your price point was, in-game currency for each one that you built. But yeah. And then the next big thing that they're adding apparently is going to be adding some additional root crops. I believe it was like carrots and onions and something else.
Right. So that adds new functionality, because you'd have to have some code in there that you could actually harvest. Like, you have to have something in there that shows
what it is. Yeah.
What it is.
Well, unfortunately, modders have had that been able to be done in the maps for years now. Since like 3 iterations of the game ago, they've been able to do what they used to call the multi-fruit, where you would have a plethora of different crops. Giants is rather behind on their addition of new fruits, as they call it, to the game.
Yeah, so I was just looking at it. I mean, that one video that I linked in the members chat.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've watched any of that, but the stuff that he was doing was unlike any of the other videos that I was watching. Like, he was literally making his own map. So he started on a perfectly flat map, and it was actually placing like the place. He could place the things that you would take stuff to sell, right? Yes. So they weren't on the map yet. So he started with $0 and a lawnmower, and then he just built and built and built and built. But it was a perfectly flat map, and he was going in and manually placing like buildings to sell stuff to. So I don't know if that was like a mod that he was using, because none of the like I've watched now at least a half a dozen or more videos from various channels that cover, you know, the game, and nobody talks about what mods they use, what expansion packs they have, anything like that. I'm just like, where is this information? Because as a new player coming in and going, I'm mildly interested in this game, you know, this looks like a relaxing, like, yeah, it sounds mind numbing sitting back and like mowing a lawn, but there's a certain peacefulness to that I'm finding.
That's why I
Like,
like this game.
yeah, there's a certain like zen, like peaceful, just sit back, relax, and mow a lawn, right? And or farm or whatever. The whole like cattle stuff, I'm not really interested in that, but the farming stuff, I mean, I think that'd be fun just to sit back and, you know.
Yeah. There is a bit of a learning curve to it, but yeah, it is easy. But so the base game, in this version, and I think the previous version now has included terraforming, as the base game tools. So you can repaint ground textures, paint a road in or paint gravel, dirt, whatever. And then you can also add and remove terrain to make a hill or something. I think the actual like map development tools are a little more in depth than that, but like in this one, let's say you want to place a building down and you have a hill, then it'll flatten out a spot of that hill so your building isn't, floating.
Hmm.
But of course, when you do something like that, it costs a lot of money. But buildings, you can place down buildings, whether it's a shed to store your equipment in or a new barn for cows or pigs or
Right. That,
whatever.
yeah, that I've seen.
Mhm. And then you can also place down productions, as they call them in the game. So, like that flour mill I was talking about, you can place one of those down. Because some maps, depending on the modder, create a map, they don't necessarily have productions on them. Like the map I have currently, I'm playing on, does not have any productions on it. So I would have to place those myself, and then be able to get the profits from them that way. Um, what else? Modding is super easy to find mods on this game because they are available off of the main menu of the game. So you start it up and you click on downloadable content, and it has, yes, it has the paid DLCs and everything else, but it also has everything from the Giants store that has been approved for use by them, and including approved for use for Xbox and PlayStation, because some of the things are cross-platform or at least console compatible. Um, and so, every single mod in that list is safe, and there are thousands. So one of the problems is a lot of these YouTubers don't mention the mods they have installed on the game because there are too many to mention.
Right, and that's that. I understand. Yeah, I can understand that. But I mean, at least tell me what expansion packs that I would need to get the functionality, because a lot of it, like, one of the things that I'd love to try is the machinery for like harvesting wood, like those the forestry things, like
So
some of
a
that
lot of it
stuff,
is
like,
included base game, but the Platinum expansion did include more stuff for it, like some more specific hardware. Um, One of the things they call it the yarder, which, like, let's say you're harvesting logs on a hill, you could cut down a tree, hook it up to this chain and pulley system, and pull it up to the top or pull it down to the bottom, sort of a deal. Um, but yeah, that's one of the things. But most of the forestry equipment is in the game by default, so that makes
okay, yeah, because I wasn't sure, like, what expansion packs, like, what functionality, what cool features would be added by XYZ expansion pack. That was information that I just could not find easily. But there was also a link in that video, that whatever channel that is, he links to a site, G2A, I think. And you should, I don't know, look it up, or click on the video, look at the description. There's a link where you can go and get a discount for all of the things, right? So some of them are discounted by a lot. Some of them, have discounts as well. But yeah, what's weird is I couldn't, like, the company that does that, they don't have a product that is all of the things, like one price for all of the things, which is usually, de facto standard.
Yeah, for that you'd have to go on Steam and buy like the season pass or whatever.
The other
But
thing that I was a little worried about was the possibility. Oh, damn it. The possibility that the words
words are hard.
that a new version of the game is due out sometime. Right, because the previous one was 19. This one is 22, which came out in
Looks like we're gonna
21.
be doing 3. It looks like now it's going to be a 3-year rotation because they just released their mobile version for like the phone and Nintendo Switch and whatnot. It looks like they are moving now to about 3 years in between games. It used to be only 2 years, but yeah. And then usually it comes out in late in the year, quarter 4. So yeah, we're probably looking at either probably 2025 will be the next one. So the catch is with this is unfortunately a lot of the stuff they've been doing, they have been very slow about adding new features to the game, even though they have a decently sized development team. They've been kind of slow about adding stuff. Now, and then again, also you have the people that complain about bugs and stuff at the beginning of a launch and stuff. And I will admit, yeah, there were some pretty nasty bugs in the beginning of this game when they launched it, but hopefully they get better about that. But yeah, the G2A, that's kind of like doing Humble Bundle sort of deal with Farming Sim. Is it just gives you the key that you input into Steam to get it. And I've never bought a game that way before, but it is definitely a method. But if you were to go on the Steam store page and then look at the DLC options they have, each of the DLC will tell you what's what.
Yeah, I was looking and comparing and contrasting and all of that stuff because I haven't pulled the trigger yet, but it is my birthday on Monday, so I wanted to see about like
A little something.
just something, whether or not anybody else wants to play, but I've been literally playing Captain of Industry. I'm over 1,000 years now on that map that I was streaming.
Oh,
I'm like 1,003 years in now. Still, like, haven't even made a dent in the island itself as far as like flattening the island. Like, it is crazy how long that takes.
I got to the point of the stage 2 reactor, and I think I was trying to figure out how to do the stage 3 reactor, but yeah, I have no idea how to go about that thing.
Oh, I've got my stage 3 reactor is the only one I have running right now. It's awesome. It's fucking awesome. That third tier reactor is glorious.
Oh yeah, the amount of power for it is ridiculous, but I thought you also had to have the first 2 stages to be able to generate the fuel required.
You have to have no, you don't. If you got all of the research done, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you have all of the research done, you do not need the first 2.
Okay.
Having the first 1 or 2 help because reprocessing the spent fuel from the very first one. So the spent fuel usually just sits before in the game. It would just fill up the storage, and you had nothing to do with it. Now you can reprocess it. One of the byproducts, one of the byproducts of reprocessing it is plutonium. That mixed with something, I forget what, gives you some fuel, right? So that core fuel from that process actually can go into the third one. But so that's a sink for reprocessing the waste from the first one. And the second one has a similar, like the MOX fuel. The MOX fuel there's a similar recipe for reprocessing for that, but you don't need it. You don't need it. What you do is once you're far enough in, and you can transition then to just the third type of reactor, because you can then take the depleted uranium, make that into blanket fuel. Blanket fuel you can then convert into actual fuel, and then you can convert your initial enrichment facility. This is going to get so demonetized. You can take your enrichment facility that was feeding the first step. So the first enrichment that you did gave you 4% enriched. Well, the core fuel for the third tier needs 20%. So there is a secondary enrichment process that you unlock with that research that allows you then to take that 4%, push it right back into the system, and give you the 20%.
Okay.
And so you can bypass, you can bypass the first two steps with that enrichment. Now the return is a lot less, right? You're literally bleeding off more of the depleted stuff.
Yeah.
But then the depleted, but then you can then use the depleted to make blanket fuel, which can then get enriched in the feeder reactor itself, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I actually have a massive surplus of core fuel. I have my reactor running constantly, my third tier reactor at it's going at 3x, which is enough for 12 Mark II generators at 18 megawatts apiece. I have 12 of those running or capable of running.
Had any meltdowns?
No, the third tier reactor cannot melt down.
Oh right, yeah. I mean the earlier tiers. Did you
No.
ever have any meltdowns?
No, I always made sure that I had ample backup and things.
I did it to see what would happen, and basically it produces radiation into the population. You get a pretty decent die-off, like, a severe flu before you have tier 3 medicine, and then the radiation dissipates once the reactor cools down, and you're good to go.
Oh, yeah. I was having a radiation issues in my village. I was getting people dying from radiation, but it wasn't because the reactors were in bad shape. It was because I had so much of the spent fuel on conveyor belts.
Yeah.
So if that's sitting on conveyor belts, it's bad. So you kind of have to micromanage where the waste is going and how much is exposed and stuff like that. But
pain, but not terrible.
Yeah, it's kind of a pain, but not too bad.
It would be nice if you could, have a special conveyor suited for nuclear waste, so it doesn't do that, but...
So as far as, like, the farming sim, you said time... What was that, Oz?
I'd be interested in playing that. I was hoping to play a cheaper game like Ranch Sim, but I get
Ranch Simulator. I do have Ranch Simulator. I do not recommend it. It has been more or less abandoned.
Oh no! Damn.
Yeah, it's one of those, unfortunately. It was fun and it did have good qualities to it, but more or less it's been abandoned. So like, there's no true progression except for what you make of it yourself, because there's no storyline to follow. In the very beginning, there's a very small storyline that basically gets you set up with a small chicken coop and demolishing the old house, but that is it.
Okay.
Yeah. But farming sim, I can rent a server again, and the servers are pretty reliable. I just have to upload mods to them, and I will keep it relatively small because base game equipment, I think there's almost like 300 different pieces of equipment and vehicles now, so you don't really need the mods. Just some of the mods make things a little easier with larger equipment if you're going on a larger farm
Well,
and
I
stuff.
I can spin up a server, and I still have access to a nominate server.
Okay, cool.
So spinning up a server, as long as there's a dedicated server, like as long as there's information on how to do it, I can do that pretty
Yeah.
easily. Um,
The dedicated servers are really easy because basically you take a game file from your own computer and make that the game file for the server, and then any mods that you add to it, you just have to update in the server too, and that's pretty easy. But you were asking about the time progression.
yeah. So if you're on, you said it goes from 1 to 240x.
Yes.
So one, that is a 1-to-1 in real
Yes, that
time.
is a one-to-one real time.
Holy shit.
I typically play at about 5 times speed, just because the night cycle, it gets very dark during the night cycle, which makes that a bit of a pain. But you do have, of course, headlights and stuff on your equipment. It's just it is very dark during the night cycle. Um, yeah, so 1 to 240. There are some mods that increase it even more, like up to 5,000 or so if you want to speed through the night. It's just you're going to have some performance hitches when you do that. And then there is the ability to sleep through the night at sleep point, so that's a thing. But yeah, so you have that, and then your crops grow. Like I said, there are two options for the crops to grow. You can have seasonal growth enabled or disabled, and with seasonal growth enabled, there is a crop calendar available that tells you the planting season and the harvest season. So right now I'm in September, and it is the planting season for wheat and barley. Um, and then those would be harvestable next year in June through August. Or if you turn off seasonal growth, then the uh, plants will grow in approximately 3 months' time. Some of them take longer, some of them take shorter amount of time to do.
Yeah, I
That.
would, and I know it's cringe to any purists out there, but I would absolutely just do the blanket like 3 months. Like
Yeah,
I
give
would
you a bit.
want to play as much as possible and not have to fast forward through time like winter. Like what are you doing? What do you do during winter if winter is a thing? Like do you just sit around and twiddle your thumbs? Like that to
Usually, I fast forward the time by sleeping a bunch of days to pass the months by. Cause yeah, each day you can make a month last up to like I think it's you can make a month last the full month of days, which is ridiculous. I have pretty much only ever done maybe max 3 days for 1 month, and that takes the game progression and it really slows it down because it takes forever to get things done.
oh, I bet. Um
Um, But what was I going to say next? Yeah, and so like wintertime, if you had greenhouses, that would be something that you could be doing, and if you had animals, you would still be required to take care of said animals during that time frame. Um, so yeah, like the cows, you could either breed meat cows and just reproduce them in a way that they, you sell them off as they reproduce, or you have the milk cows and then you could take that milk and make, dairy products from it.
so you have to pay to get those products made and then you sell the better products for a little bit more money? Is that how that
So,
works?
so yes, there is a cost for the production, but it's very negligible. It's just either you sell it directly to the dairy that, gives you whatever price, or you purchase said dairy and then it produces, cheese and other things, and then those prices are increased. So let us see here. Base game. Let's go with milk. Base game milk is about 2 grand for 1,000 liters of milk, which is how they do the prices. The price is always X dollar for 1,000 liters. Now that milk, let's say I produced it into butter or cheese. Cheese is $5,800 for 1,000 liters.
Yeah, you're going to be spitting numbers at me. I'm not going to be able to track those in my head while
That's
while
fine.
I'm streaming.
Basically, most of your productions are going to increase the value of the material at least by 2 up to 5 or more.
Yeah, I know there's some v- um v- I know the prices are kind of variegated, right? Because the videos I was watching, because that link that I posted yesterday was actually there's actually a series of videos. Like there's a whole like series of these time lapsed videos. And I had them. I don't know how they did it because they have music going in the background. I don't know how they monetize that with that music going in the background. But um,
I know a lot of the streamers for Farming Sim do a lot of time lapses like that, and they find what's the word for it? The music that you can use without having to copyright
all
them.
royalty free.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's a lot of royalty-free music.
the songs that I was hearing sounded so familiar. Like I was a song would start playing and be like, God, this sounds familiar. I don't know where I heard it from,
Oh,
but
absolutely, it's crazy.
but it's like I know that I heard this from somewhere. I just can't place it, but it. Anyway, what was my original point? Things and stuff. Anyway, yeah, I mean he was like setting up. Obviously, he was on a perfectly flat map. He had rectangular fields that he would just carve out, and he would literally open an interface and draw the fields out himself.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't know if it was like admin privileges or what, but whatever map he was playing on, he was able to draw his own fields, and he would jump into a tractor, set up like an automated like path, and then jump into another tractor while an AI. So he had like I don't know how he kept track of all. He had like 7 AIs running all the time in the like the later episodes.
Right now,
Huh?
I've got about 7 different AIs running right now as well.
I mean, that is a lot of shit to keep track of.
The base game AI is relatively simple, although they did increase its functionality in this game. So now you can, depending on the map, you can get in any vehicle and hit the helper thing, and it will open up a menu where you can tell that helper to drive from wherever you're at to this point, and then it may or may not drive there depending on the map. Um, Base game maps it works with. Modded maps, I think the modder has to do stuff to make those AI pathing work better. But then now they have the ability to tell that worker to start working in a field. So whatever implement is on that worker, let's say it's a cultivator or something, it will go to said field and start working that field. Now, it is a little bit challenged, and it is a lot easier when you have rectangular, square fields, whatnot, because the AI is kind of dumb. If there's something blocking its path, it will just give up um, a lot of the time. But
Oh,
yeah, yeah, it will just give up. But for the most part, it's pretty decent. Now, there is a mod out there, and this is probably my most utilized mod in the game called Courseplay. And with Courseplay, it is a lot more resource intensive to start these workers, but basically you place a harvester on a field, and then you go to the course play menu and you generate a course. And it takes that field and it has a map of the perimeter of said field. And then you can tell the AI to basically, I want you to make 3 laps around the outside of the field, and then you can start going up and down the field normally. And then it generates a whole course with waypoints, and then away it goes.
Huh.
What I am doing at the moment is I have a field full of sugar beets, so I have 3 different harvesters following the exact same course using 3 different lanes, so left, center, and right. And they are all following that course. They stop when they're full. It sends a notification saying it needs to be unloaded, and so I, swing by with the truck and unload it, and it continues on its merry little way. And then with that same course play mechanic, let's say you have a map that doesn't have the AI ability to drive from point A to point B. Well, one of the things you can do is you can record a driving lane for it to go on.
So yeah.
So yeah, basically you hit record and you drive your path, and then when it is done driving that path, it says I'm done, and it's where it needs to be. And sometimes with that stuff, you can tell it, hey, this truck is full, drive the path to the silo and unload it, and then come back. And sometimes that works well, sometimes not so well.
One of the things I liked about that video that I posted, and I know it was really fast and there was no commentary and it was some of it was confusing. I'm smart enough to sort of discern like estimate what the hell is going on. But I liked the steady progression. The guy started with like a shitty lawnmower and somehow was selling he was selling grass clippings, so he would mow a chunk, collect the grass clippings, sell those. He did that a couple times. Then he bought another, the next tier, like a little nicer of a mower, right? A little bit better. And he progressed it fast enough, and he knew exactly how to progress this thing. And it just but now, like, I'm 7 or 8 episodes in on these half an hour like time lapse things. Now, literally, he's got three tractors with a massive mowing system on it, like a front mower and 2 wings, and he's got a tractor with a massive rake on it, like a huge rake. That's like a 3-lane wide rake. And then he's got a baler. He's got a baler that has an automatic like wrapper in it. So the bales get made and then they get wrapped and then they get dropped. But the only thing that I don't think he can automate with like AIs is the thing that goes and picks up all the bales. It looks like every time there's this field full of these white wrapped bales, he has to go out with the truck, and he's got a trailer that automatically picks them up and stacks them, which is really cool. But
so with that courseplay mod that I was talking about, depending on the sort of trailer that you have, because there are 2 styles of auto-loading trailers. One of them that just teleports the bale from the ground onto the trailer, which makes it really easy. And then there's the base game one that has like an actual pickup for the bale that you have to scoop it up and it brings it up and all that stuff.
Yep.
But let's say that you had the driver running the course for bailing it all. Well, you could set up another driver with that trailer to follow that exact same course, and then it will follow it, and you can put an offset left or right if needed, and it will pick up all those bales until it's full as well. So, yeah, it's pretty crazy, some of the mods that have enabled the ability to do things like that. And then another one, like the one the courseplay mod has the ability, let's say there's an obstacle in your field, like a tree or a power line pole or something. It has the ability to know that that obstacle is there and then go around it with a circle or whatever path that you tell it to do. So it doesn't, just hit it and get stuck. It's not perfect. Sometimes it makes mistakes, but it's still pretty good.
Yeah. I wonder how many people, how many patrons own that game. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about like just sitting back, relaxing, and mowing shit or harvesting, or just something like I don't want to. I am beyond the desire to like sit and strategize every move and like trying to min max, whatever thing, just trying to get the most out of it or whatever. And it's just like part of it is just I just want to sit back and relax, and it also gave me an absolute like new appreciation of farming. I come from a family of farmers. My grandparents were farmers. Their parents were farmers, like a long line of farmers. And I've heard my grandma's stories about life on the farm, especially in the winter. Like being so snowed in, they had to have a rope from the front door to the barn because the weather would get so bad that you would get you couldn't see the house. So they had to have a rope go from the barn to the house. So if you were out in the barn like tending to the cows, you could find your way back to the house and not die, because you'd get lost if you didn't know where you were going. It was just whiteout, in the middle of winter. And she, tells these stories about growing up like this. I'm like, holy shit! Like, why did you just pull out your phone and?
Yeah.
So,
right.
but it's also like, just the sort of like, I watched this one video the other night, and it was another one of these compilation where they had a whole series where they cut it all together in one long narrative, right? So you take these episodic, 20, 30-minute episodes, and then you cut them all down into one like 2-hour long, like big long narrative.
Yeah, I've seen a few of those.
And I've been watching a lot of those because they're really, they're relaxing to watch. I just, watch them. Anyway, this one, like, it was like, they were talking like, this is the Murphy Brothers farm, and it was actually multiplayer. They had a bunch of, he probably had a bunch of friends helping him, and they were role playing, right? So they were role playing voices, and it was done very well. It was done. They did a great job on it, but the ending was so damn depressing that I was like I wasn't mentally prepared for it. Basically, like he was building for 30 years in game. For 30 years, they had been building. They started basically from next to nothing, and they built and built and built these farms and built and built and built, and they had some mean machinery by the end. And the very last bit was complete and utter bankruptcy. They'd lost it all. And I'm just sitting there going, Jesus Christ, like that is so damn depressing to have worked for that long. And then it's just like, there wasn't, I didn't watch the single episodes of the season, so I don't know exactly what happened or why. But yeah, it was like so depressing.
Oh, absolutely. And the way that people do the role playing and stuff to make these games is phenomenal. There's a few channels in particular that I really enjoy watching for that. And um I know Emma's been like, you're watching someone play Farming Simulator and playing Farming Simulator at the same time? I'm like, yes, because it's good. Because I mean, it's not like watching them is going to teach me anything that I don't know, unless I'm looking up like the how-to for courseplay, which was definitely necessary when I first started using that mod. But like everything else with it is just a relaxing thing to watch.
Yeah, I got into it. That's for sure.
He's got the bug.
Yeah, I enjoyed it more than I thought I would.
He's starting to understand why I've been playing this for
Yeah, you've been playing for years and years and years. And I'm just like, because I come from a family of farmers. It's like I could not imagine trying to explain to my grandmother there's a game where you farm. She's like, yeah, there's a way to do that in real life too. Like, what? Why are you playing a game to farm when you could go out and get a farm and actually farm? And it's like, the disconnect of why you would play, because I do have a distaste for games that are people's jobs, right? I have no interest in Car Mechanic Simulator. I have I don't want to play a game that literally somebody does at work, comes home, and is like, the last thing I want to do is play a game that is my job, right?
So I will give you some irony on that one. There are some farming channels that I watch, Welker Farms and Millennial Farmer, and people have made a map of their farm for the game, and they actually go and play on the game. Like they've streamed it from like they finish up the day farming and they go and start playing Farming
Yeah.
Simulator.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. People who love farming, there's a reason, they love farming. And so, yeah.
And I'm sure it gives them a decent view boost as well because, hey, look, I'm done farming on my real farm. Let's go play on the virtual farm on my own farm.
Right. Which is it's just a funny prospect to me.
Yeah. But then there are some of the other things that modders have done with this game. There's this one particular modder, I believe his name, or his screen name is Nanis, and he has made what is called the Farming Simulator Mining and Construction Economy map.
Oh,
And
man.
so he'll take a map and fill it with like iron mine over here, a lithium mine there, limestone and other things, and then one of the ones that I always enjoy is the gold mining. So you'll be able to dig up a bunch of dirt and then take it to the processor and then smelt down gold bars from it and stuff like that. But he has included some monstrous heavy equipment machines, like those ginormous excavators.
Oh my God, that would be awesome.
And so he's included that stuff. And yeah, you're going to have some bugs when you start working with those things, but like you can do that and then like take all the raw materials to make asphalt and pour a road or something, or do concrete and all those other things. And yeah, those mods.
I should tell my stepdad that, because for 40 years he was vice president of a construction company, and I could tell him, hey, if you miss it.
Yeah, right.
If you missed, you're retired, but if you miss it, you could play a game that's, you could. He would look at me and go, what? Like, what the hell are you talking about?
But, that being said, like it was a really cool mod and stuff, and in many ways he turned this game into something that no other game out there has, because there aren't very many mining games that work well. There's very
specific ones. There's Gold Rush, I remember that one. And then there was that ridiculous Hydroneer that was a fail as soon as I started it. I mean, that was bad.
I just got done playing through it again, and they have made better things for it, but it's not a mining game. That's an automation game.
And it's barely that. Like, an automation game, yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if I would even call it an automation game, because I've seen people start it up and get the very most basic automation going, and their frame rate just dies.
That's improved.
Yeah, that has improved significantly now. Basically, your frame rate is really only going to tank if you have a whole bunch of stuff on the ground. So if you have a ton of ore just laying on the ground rather than being smelted down, because it's trying to simulate every little piece, and that
So
is when
entities, yeah.
yeah. So that's when it really tanks. Now you are pretty decent because you can automate it so it comes from the miner, goes up from the dirt clod, gets processed into whatever ore or gem, and then you can have it automatically be separated and drop into a cauldron that smelts it down, and then boom, now that entity no longer exists. It's just a value in the cauldron, and that continues to grow. So that helps with the lag significantly.
Did you see that video I posted a while ago? Somebody built and rendered a sort of a conceptualized 3D like version of Factorio where
Oh
they
boy.
they
Yeah, I think I remember
recreated
that.
they recreated the entire game of Factorio with 3D, and they rendered this like, here's what this would look like if you playing this in full 3D, like first person. It was
Yeah.
fucking awesome. Like, oh my god, like that would be monumental.
Now, was it using the same Factorio graphics, or did it kind of look like Satisfactory with Unreal?
No, they model all the buildings were modeled um
Off of the way the
off
game
of
looked.
what the game had. So all the buildings looked very familiar, right? So the yeah, they all looked like the ones in Factorio, except they were all full 3D because the Factorio, to make the sprites in Factorio, they're all 3D models, right? The
Yeah.
sprites, all of the animations, all the sprites in Factorio are generated from 3D models, which is why they have like a high def version of them, because they modeled them in 3D. They can render out whatever resolution you want from that.
Of course, yeah.
So yeah, he just built, I don't know if he like remade everything. But yeah, he
From
built a version of that game in 3D, and it is so awesome.
from what I read, what it actually was a program that you upload a Factorial world into, and it would
Make it so you
um
can explore it.
yeah, it would create a map for Unreal, was it? It would
Probably,
create an
yeah.
I'm
Unreal World version of that Factorial game.
Yeah, it's a whole like open source project that they're trying
Yeah.
to do this with. But I just found it amazing. Like that animation they had run, I was just sitting there going, "Oh my god!" Like,
Yeah.
I wonder what the Factorio devs think of this, because Jesus, that would be so nice.
I'll be right back.
Never.
Now there is a way to send.
Oh god, I hope this works. Trying to figure out how the signals work in this game.
Um. hmm. Yeah, signals are pretty basic in this one.
Yeah, it's one way and just normal signal. There's not a chain signal from what I can gather.
Right. There's not a chain signal. It's block to block.
Yep.
Signal blocks. You can actually see the blocks that are highlighted.
Yeah, I've noticed that. It kind of darkens them.
Oh, you're actually moving some steel. So how's your let's check your company value. 38,000. Really?
Yeah, I'm not actually moving steel yet. So far I've just been moving iron ore.
There we
I'm
go.
making it
And I
to
am
the
back.
steel now. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Um
But yeah, so one of the things with farming sim, and this really comes into play when you start doing multiplayer, is your base map is single grid or whatever size. I forget the exact size measurements, but then you can have the modded maps that can be a 4x or up to a 16x because it's got to go in that same square pattern. But
Sure.
the 4x and the 16x maps are ginormous.
I bet that'd be great. Yeah, I'm probably gonna pull the trigger. I have to kind of look at my finances a little bit, but I'd like to get at least a base game and maybe one of the expansions. I'm not sure. Depending on, I mean, I would ask for your recommendation. Like, you know more about this than I do. Like, you know more about like the expansion packs and what's available and what they add specifically.
If anything, the things that I would say that you would probably want is going to be the platinum and the premium now that that's a thing. And I believe the premium comes with the platinum because it includes year one season pass. But yeah.
They're running out of P words to call their.
Yeah, normally they only ever do the platinum or maybe occasionally the gold. I think they stopped with the gold edition and they only have platinum now, but um yeah. Although I gotta say, the price on... Well, see, that's not right. The price on G2 is wrong. So G2 here, that website that was linked in that, is saying that the game is $54, but on Steam, the base game is $39.
Well, yeah, I'm sure the MSRP hasn't changed.
Yeah.
So
And of
what is
course,
the discounted? What is the discounted on G2A?
it says $54.
No, discounted.
Oh, it's $27 on G2 right now.
And then it's like 34 on Steam, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although you can also usually catch Farming Simulator on sale on Steam. I think their summer sale just ended, so probably missed that one.
Oh, yeah. A little too late.
Yeah, they usually have the game for sale a couple times throughout the year, as well as the DLCs.
Um,
The Steam summer sale is still going on, but I noticed that Farm Sim isn't anymore.
it's not part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not part of the official sale.
It's probably just because they're ready to release that premium edition. Or whatever it is that's coming out. Yeah, the premium edition dropped
Oh,
officially.
Oh,
When did it drop?
said ooh.
Wildman just posted in Discord. You can get Farming Sim 22 Premium Edition, 64% off.
Nice.
Where?
Steam.
Oh,
I'll look up stuff.
ooh, he's looking
Yeah.
up stuff. Yeah, if I alt tab out of here,
Yeah,
OBS
sounds
might
good.
just hurl.
Oh, well, that's just because it's a the
Bundle.
the bundle. Yeah, so it's not on sale. It's just bundled. Okay. But since I'm in vendors rather than in the game, let me
72,
see what it's at on
184,
Humble Bundle.
88. Let's see if I can just get crazy amounts of money here. Win the internet. Train track this direction. 4 tracks. There we go. Supplies coal. $15 grand. Go over here. Do another one of these. Accepts coal. Okay, how about that? Now, you're going to have
Coffee. What's the difference between Premium Edition and Year One bundle?
Premium is part of year 2. So platinum will be year 1, inside of year 1.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so year two season pass for Premium. Gotcha.
Yeah. And it looks like, going from their page, the premium edition gives you year 1 and year 2 season pass, which actually overall is not a terrible deal.
Yeah, that'd be the way to go if you were gonna get it.
Yeah. I just kind of wish that sometimes it would tell you how long that sale was there for.
Well, the bundle that's not a sale at all.
Oh, that's just the bundle price?
Yep.
Gotcha. Yeah. But yeah,
But,
that's definitely not a bad way to go about it.
but yeah, usually when something's on sale, it does say at the bottom of the for
Thing when the
sale
sale
at
ends.
price. Yeah, it
Yeah.
says when it ends.
But yeah, like the map I am currently playing on, which I believe is something Texas or North Carolina, one of the two, is a massive map, but it has absolutely zero for industries and productions, so I'll have to, you know, build those to be able to use them. And one of the big things that Farming Sim 22 added was grape and olive harvesting, with new equipment specific for that. So you can make a vineyard and then you can make raisins or grape juice because they can't do wine.
Can't do
Did
wine.
you not?
Nah,
That's
something
not
about the
cool.
EA rating and stuff. There are mods for it though.
I'm sure
Not
there's
the
a
EA
mod for like
rating mod.
weed. I want to grow this here crop of weed.
Not on the official website for it, but I'm sure there's
Oh, I'm
one
sure.
elsewhere. Mm-hmm.
There we go. Now I'm getting my first steel.
All right, now I need some. Now I need some signals. One-way path.
But yeah, I know with one of the things, like, you can take a bunch of wood and take it to the carpenter, and then they'll make, like, tables and chairs and stuff out of it, and then you can take that and sell it elsewhere.
Um,
And I think it was the last edition they added cotton harvesting into, which was interesting because the cotton bales are ginormous and require special equipment to pick up and move.
dun, dun. How am I going to do this? Uh,
Is there a way to destroy signals only?
um, yeah. Um, you highlight. You click the signal. And then in the railroad construction, there is a little bulldozer icon. And that will remove whatever it is you're in the process of building, whether it be a single railroad line or whatever. But that should allow you to remove, yeah. That allows you to remove a thingamacdoodle. What? No, no. What? Stupid game. No, I'm not 100% sure. Blah. What?
Wow, that looks janky, but I think it'll work.
Janky. Oh. All right. Now, I wanted the option to also pull these in. 207 tons. Wow. We want new vehicles. Really, the floss is all we get. Haven't had a new, what year? It's only 1973. Wow.
Yeah, we
Buy
really haven't gotten any new
coal.
trains yet that I've seen. All right.
6. Go to here. Go to here. And I want to clone. See how much it, see how expensive this is. Boink. $64,000.
Hey, now don't be doing that.
I'm sorry.
All right, now I want to try to get this guy. Yeah, what are you doing? Anyway, how much coal do you have on you? An okay amount.
Oh wow, even with my construction, I came out profitable.
Wow, those only hold 5 tons. Oh no, they hold 30 tons. Tonnes. Tonnes. Tons is only 4,000. Okay. Well, there better be more. Okay, 46 tons. That's better. 47% transport. Yes, we are transporting a lot of it. The production should go up as we transport more and more and more and more of this. But I want to take advantage of this guy at 189 tons.
Wish it didn't cost money to delete trees.
But the environment.
The authority refuses to allow
Take
this.
that, nature.
The authority refuses to allow this.
Oof.
You don't want to know what I know about the authority?
You have no power here.
I can't bribe the local authority. That's over $1 million. That's not cool, Renfield. How much coal does this guy have? Not a much. This is not cool.
Yeah, just go full Karen on the authority.
Oh, there's a new one. SH40 electric. Ooh. Do we want to have exclusive rights? Wait, message from vehicle manager.
I've got an oil tanker, so I'd. Well, I suppose
SH40.
in exclusivity probably would mess you out of it.
Oil tank. I'm talking about an electric locomotive.
Oh,
SH40 electric. Nope. It just closed automatically. They're like, you did not respond in time.
and it offered me that one after you.
Oh. I just don't think
I
I'm gonna
said
be
no.
I just don't think I'm gonna be making enough money to justify. It wasn't a cheap. It's $70,000 for that thing, so it wasn't like cheap.
Yeah, and then I imagine you'd have to buy it too. So
How the authority? Yeah, this is the part of the game that I remember going, "What the hell? Why would you have authority? Like, I can't now build in this zone of this city because the damn authority is mad at me for whatever reason. It is atrocious. Why are we atrocious? This makes no sense. Why we have atrocious whatever. Like,
No, I could give you a few reasons why you might be atrocious.
yeah, that's true. Ratings. Now, see, we're good on coal. Coal is actually decent. Yeah, still not making money. Well, profit this year is 11,000 there. How about this one? Oh, that's that one. How about this one? Profit this year 18,000. Okay. So, I mean, these are making a little bit of money. I think, hopefully, maybe. $23. This coal mine better step it up soon. Atrocious. Yeah. This is the zone of control. Okay. That helps. That's a new feature. That zone button. So I could build on this. I could just build it to the side. It costs me an unholy amount of money. 20, 30 grand. Can I build one on the side of this? Yes, baby, I can. Sorry. Stop calling
You're
people
fine.
baby.
Oh, I see what it's doing.
I'll
Okay.
say he is.
Oh, boy. No, thank you.
Bad.
Bad.
Yup.
All right. So we're gonna do X there. We're going to do an X. Well, no. Let's do one coming out first.
Yeah. There are definitely some things in this game that make the modded unrealistic equipment worthwhile, because I am working in a field of sugar beets that is um uh 120 acres, give or take, and I've already harvested about 10 million liters of sugar beet.
Woo!
Normally, with the normal unmodded machines, even 3 of them, this would have taken me like 24 hours of real time to do. Um, the modded machines that I'm using can go 40 miles an hour and have unrealistic capacity. And the truck I'm using to haul away the sugar beets can carry 2 million liters. And it's still estimated 2 hours to go before I'm done with this field.
Wow!
Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the downsides with the bigger maps, but that is one of the plus sides of using the mods to be able to make that stuff feasible.
If this doesn't work, I'm gonna cry. By the way.
Yay, Osteers. I'll harvest them.
What doesn't work? What are you working on?
I've got a station with like a bypass lane, and then I've got a setup here with a roundabout. So
Okay.
I can connect to a coal plant next to it, and one ways, and
So what you're gonna want? There's a tool that's right next to the station icon on your railroad called a waypoint. So if you put a waypoint at your bypass,
okay.
when you're creating the route, you can use the waypoint instead of a station, and it will make sure that it goes through that waypoint. And that allows you to make sure that trains don't try to go through stations that they can't.
Nice.
Your roundabouts look very Factorio-like.
Really?
Yeah, this is definitely a
Oh, yeah.
Factorio-esque roundabout look here.
Yeah.
That's what I was going for.
Yeah. Oh man.
All the signals. He's got all the signals.
Yeah.
So the longer you make your station, or the longer you make your trains, the more profitable they're going to be.
Yeah.
So there's a max length of 7. So
Which
yeah,
would be 14 cars.
13 and an engine.
Does
Sure.
the profit also increase with distance traveled?
Yes, I believe it
I
does.
think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
So
I've got
like transport fever.
Yeah.
I've got an oil plant right next to some oil wells, and it's not very profitable.
Yeah. You didn't. What's funny about that is you can take those oil wells, transfer them across the entire map to an oil well, and make buku money. Even though there's a refinery right there. It's like, yeah, the further you go, the better.
That's funny.
I mean, it's almost within distance of the truck stop being able to reach both points.
Yeah. Well, I finally got trains set up in Satisfactory again.
Ah,
Yes.
I wish it was easier to use trains in that, and I think they have made some improvements over time. But
Yeah, the switch setup that they have for it now is pretty good, even though I only have a single train on a single line that goes bi-directional, it works. It would be kind of nice if you could tell the train to run in reverse so you didn't have to make that looping track, but I digress. I'm happy to have it. It works.
yeah,
I don't recall, did the previous iterations of the train require a fuel source, or have they always been electric?
They've always been
think
electric.
they've always been electric.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the electricity will travel along the train, rails, and you can hook up power on either side of the stations.
Yeah, which is nice. And then I think this is also new, but it shows like when you are driving the train, it shows the draw on the power system that the train is currently using.
Yeah. Yep.
But yeah, thankfully the I think I chose a desert biome, and there was some geothermal vents pretty close by, so I was able to get that up and running before I even had the fuel generator going. But now I'm to the point of gearing up to do aluminum and nuclear, and oh my goodness, is that stuff.
Yeah, nuclear is based off the rails. I mean, it's
Yeah.
especially the late game, like the reprocessing and the nuclear pasta and the acceleration, and oh my god, it's gotten crazy.
Yeah, and you thought that the nuclear, or I mean, the turbo motor gave you a lot of points in the fix-it sync. Nuclear pasta is insane.
Yeah, it's one of the things. Like one of the reasons why I haven't picked that game back up is like they just kept making it more and more and more and more complex, and it was like the game didn't need more complexity. It needed like quality of life features.
Yeah.
Um,
And it is, I mean, it is very playable. I think it only crashed one time on me, and that's because my laptop had a problem more so than the game.
oh yeah, it's very playable. Especially, I mean, they added all the cheat mode options where you can actually fly, and that was my number one. Like, I really wanted that
Yeah.
ability.
That is actually the one, or one of the cheats I did not utilize. I used the non-aggro entities, so they wouldn't aggro on you unless you started it. And then I think the other one that I did was unlocking all the research in the MAM. Or I mean, not the
Right.
MAM, all the alternate recipes.
All the alternate recipes. Yeah, that was one of the ones. One of the other ones too that was like,
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't put hard drives in the fix-it sync. So the few hard drives that I did collect, because it was right there, I'm like, why not? It was like, there's no point to do this.
oh, NW Black Wolf, welcome to the channel. Thanks for the sub, sir.
Woohoo!
Excellent.
Another victim.
Yup.
Um, but yeah, Satisfactory is definitely a little bit easier played when you have more than one person, and some of the other mods that are available make it better.
As far as I know, there's no mods that are updated yet, or at least none of the
No,
big ones.
Unfortunately, none of them are, so it's going to be a little bit of time before that, and I feel like a lot of those modders may even wait until the official release of it, so it's not on experimental.
Yeah, they usually a lot of the big mods wait until it goes to stable. Certainly.
Yeah.
Because
that way their mod won't break with every little patch.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure they have to recompile it every time a new update comes out, and it's not fun on Unreal, on the Unreal system.
But if you do get into Farming Sim, I think you will be very happy with their modding system because it is so easily integrated into the game that it is ridiculous.
And I looked up the company. I mean, it looks like the company, this is like their only product.
Giants, yeah, pretty much all they produce is Farming Sim.
And like, so they're hyper specialized. I mean, it looked like they really are passionate about farming. And you know, it's nice to see a company like, we want to do this thing well. We want to do it right. We want to do it well. And we want to make it like as professional as possible. So yeah, it's nice to see that. And
there's still a few things that they haven't done yet that the community has been asking for a long time. Because if you look at the game currently and then the game 2 iterations ago, the graphics pretty much look the same. They haven't done anything with like 3D ground textures. All the ground textures are still 2D. So like when you plow up a field, you would expect to see the ridges and stuff, but it's a very obvious 2D texture. Um, that's one of the few things that people have been asking for a long time.
You're gonna have to say that again. We just had a train crash, everybody.
Oh boy.
Osrock just killed 4 people in a fiery train crash.
Now he
How
has
do
a
you-
reason to upgrade to a different train. Somebody didn't get their signals correct.
Oh no!
They were both stuck. They couldn't go through. And
Well
how
done.
do
Right.
how do you clear the
They do
crash?
so automatically. They'll just disappear after
Oh, okay.
after a little bit. After the victims actually can go and mourn their dead, they'll clear that off.
Nope, not allowed. In fact, I need to charge them for obstructing the rail.
Right. All right. That guy gave me $38,000 for a nearly full load of coal. Coal is like the easiest thing to transfer. It's just coal to power, and that's it. There's no like. It's just an infinite. Yeah, the power plant is just an infinite sink of coal. So it there's quite a few coal mines around here that we can make buku dollarinos. Okay, I apologize for cutting you off, Kavi, but
Oh, that's fine.
that
was
pop like you were just starting that when that crash happened, and I wanted to point and laugh at Os really quick. So
That's fine. But yes, as you were saying, they do this game and they do it very well. There are not many other companies out there that have successfully managed to create a farming simulator type game like this. It's one of the biggest things is getting all the rights to be able to use branded equipment. Because a lot of the big ag.
oh yeah, John Deere. Like
Yeah.
I'm really surprised that they got and they model like the stuff that I've seen in the game. I mean, is breathtaking.
Extremely well.
The models and the text, like, it's breathtaking. The functionality. I mean, the combines, and I know there's like the dump, like the front loaders and stuff. They have to. They can't simulate every seed in the game, and they can't. So there's some abstraction when it comes to like dumping stuff, and so that is understandable.
In an animation, and then like certain things when you're like picking up silage with a rake or whatever, they don't necessarily use the voxel method for it, like a lot of some of the games do. They use like a fill plane inside of the bucket, and then when you dump it, a fill plane that empties out. And
Right, and that's and that is completely understandable.
Yeah, the lag otherwise would be ridiculous.
Well, yeah, there's no way we're not. I mean, computers, as far as they've gotten thus far, they're still not capable of simulating individual like atoms, right? Individual seeds. Imagine trying to simulate, like if you're harvesting potatoes, imagine trying to simulate millions of potatoes or even hundreds of thousands of potatoes all like falling, and like you would need a supercomputer to be able to do that. So it's understandable that you can't simulate the games to that level. I wish you could, because it would be sweet.
Someday.
Maybe someday, yeah. Here's to hoping.
Quantum computer.
There's always hope. There's always hope that we can do that. Quantum computers. There's a lot of like hype around quantum computers. Quantum computers would not be good at all about like playing a game. That's not what quantum computers are good at.
No.
They are not good at finite state machines. Basically, predictable results. Right? You especially multiplayer games, you have to have accuracy in outcomes. Right? Think of Factorio and like desyncs. right? The desync errors that would come up in the early days was because of there were various causes, but one of them was be like a random number generator. So if like, say for example, you had the Covarex enrichment, right, had a 2% or whatever percent chance, I think it was like 2 or 3% chance of generating, the 235. Well, if you're using a random number generator that isn't like thread safe or accurate, or what's called a finite state machine, is a client could come up with a different percent random number than the server. Well, boom, you immediately have a desync. The client said, oh, I'm going to spit out a 235, whereas the server said, no, you're getting a 238. And it's like, that would immediately cause a desync because it would literally be different results on different machines. So, but quantum computers, the entire basis of a quantum computer is probability and percent chance of something being accurate, right? Mm-hmm. So because a qubit can be a 1 and a 0 at the same time, you couldn't have a client have that result and a server have that result and come out to the end result. So quantum machines are very good at something like breaking encryption, which is why there are entire countries investing billions into quantum computers, because they're very good at breaking encryption. Because if you can look at a ton of potential results all at the same time, you can more easily figure out the answer. Yeah. So they're very, very good at that. They're very poor at playing games, and I don't ever see them in that role at all.
That's fair. I didn't know that part about them, but yeah, neat.
But I think that the computing revolution will happen again once we figure out the next material from which to make chips. Mm-hmm. Like if graphene, or if there's some like crazy superconductor material that is made,
super efficient and can be really, really compact.
Yeah, something that doesn't produce a lot of excess heat. That is, there's not a lot of resistance inside the material. That's what a superconductor is something that doesn't have a lot of resistance, because resistance equals heat, and heat is bad. So you don't want a lot of heat. Oh my God, there's just...
It is bad, but I do enjoy that my computer can double as a space heater in the wintertime.
Yeah, mine does too. If we play a really intense game in the wintertime, I don't need my heat on during the day. That's for sure.
Why do the trains keep on going to the depot?
Maintenance.
Oh, okay, maintenance. That's nice. I kind of wish that that Transport Fever did that, but it would also be a pain.
It's a pain regardless, because of how fat or how soon. The vehicles, like the buses and the trucks, do it too, which is why I have depots. Right, I have depots in the middle of the line to allow the trains to actually sneak in there, going both directions, so they can get their maintenance. Because if you miss their maintenance, the odds of them breaking down just skyrocket, and when they break down, it's bad. Yeah, the whole maintenance thing is kind of annoying.
Yeah. Oh boy.
For coverage, you just need to cover any part of an industry, and it'll be covered, right?
The station coverage, yeah, you can have the station coverage hit any part of it, and it'll, and you can see it when you're building. When you're building, you can see the accepts and supplies. So. In the interface on the bottom, accepts and supplies. So
it takes like 5 5 minutes to empty this truck of its 2 million sugar beet.
How much money are you making from one truckload?
Well, it is not calculated at the moment because I'm doing a contract for another farmer, so it will be calculated at the end. But the contract itself is worth 972,000, and then you pretty much always are guaranteed to harvest more than what the contract actually asks for. So at the end, when you fulfill the quota of what they want, everything else is generated as profit for you.
Ooh.
But let's see here. The price.
I
of
didn't know there were
sugar beet
contracts. I
now.
thought it was just like, hey, just
Just do it for yourself.
just do it. Like just harvest
No,
and sell.
Yeah, they added contracts in a while ago, in one of the iterations of the game, so you can do work for other farmers, and they made it in a way so if you don't have the equipment, you can lease the equipment from said farmer. It just takes a little bit off the top of the amount of money that you get, or you can use your own equipment.
So do you have to do contracts, or is there a mode that you can just harvest and sell?
You can just harvest and sell provided that you own the field. So you have to own the field to be able to do that.
Oh.
Yeah. So basically, I'm doing a contract on a field that I don't own because you have to pay for the field. And in this map, because of the size of the fields, let's see here, field number 6 is a 62-acre field, give or take, and it costs 1.2 million.
Ooh.
Some of the maps, the smaller maps are definitely cheaper. This is a big map, so it's gonna be much more expensive. But, yeah. And per se, because I will probably get approximately a truckload worth of sugar beet here, so that's 2 million sugar beet, and they are going for about $905 per 1,000 liters. So take that, do some math and whatever. I'm still going to be making a couple 100,000 off of the excess material.
So do you spray for weeds or anything like that when you do it, or is that just a waste of money?
You can, and it.
I know you can. I've seen them. I've seen it done, but is it cost effective?
Weeds will remove about 30% of your yield.
Woo!
So it is cost effective.
That's a lot.
But you can also just disable weeds if you want.
Is there alternatives like organic farming? Because that'll if it's done right, you don't necessarily need herbicide and pesticide.
For when it comes to, there is no pesticide. They haven't included pests in the game, but the herbicide, I believe the weeds can still happen no matter what you do, but there is organic fertilizer. There's green fertilizer like oilseed radish that you can plant and then just sow it into the ground when you plant the next seed when it's that time of the year for it. Or you can use manure or slurry from your animals and fertilize that way. And then, of course, there's the sprayers or the solid fertilizer pellets that you can spread as well.
Yeah, one of the videos I watched, they bought a bunch of manure from, I don't know how the way that the videos are presenting it, I'm sure is different than how the game actually works, right? The guy was like, "Hey, I have this buddy, he's a farmer down the road, and I'm borrowing this, and I'm sure that I'm sure he's abstracting that in some way, shape, or form, but yeah, he bought a bunch of manure, and he took this manure spreader that just sprays it out into his field. And while I was watching that, I swear to God, I could smell it. Like, I was just like, that process, I could not imagine a farmer going, "Yeah, we're going to do this today," and the entire city is
around here all the time.
Yeah, the city is just like, Farmer Bob is going to be spread manure today, so everybody evacuate. For the next 3 hours. For the next 3 hours, the city is going to empty. All right. Yeah. Well, this city, look at that. We have grown quite a lot here. The city has developed a bit. The problem is I haven't been really watching very well, and we're not really doing too hot in our don't want to destroy those.
Finally unloaded, and I am 60% done transporting the sugar beet for that field, and I've done like 5 or 6 loads of 2 million each.
Yeah, sugar beets are one of the crops they grow on the east side of the state. Big. There's a huge facility that processes them. And yeah, during harvest season, you know, they need a massive influx of temporary labor to come in because the sugar beet harvest is basically the entire river valley, and it's all at once. Like all of the farms start harvesting all at the same time. And so there's a crystal sugar factory, and these semi loads of sugar beets get pulled into this facility, and they just unload an entire semi truck into the facility. One after, I mean, there's lines of trucks that are loading into this.
Absolutely.
It's an unholy amount of sugar, and it's like, yeah, sugar is bad. Sugar is very, very bad for you, and it's like this company is producing I mean, I'm sure they produce so much that is the majority of like how much they how much they go through every year. Like they produce enough sugar in that span of about a month of harvest to supply grocery stores for the next 10 months.
Yeah, and then of course all the other factories that create foods that have sugar in them.
Oh yeah, it's like a month of just nothing but trucks, semi trucks of sugar beets pulling into that place. It's crazy.
Yeah, around where I live out here in California, we have a lot of tomato fields, and there's a Campbell's canning factory near where I live, and when it's harvest season, same thing. All the temporary labor, all of these trucks are driving through with tomatoes to the brim of their trailer, and wherever there's a turn, there's tomatoes on the ground from these trucks, and yeah. I remember somebody on the Facebook page was like, "What is that noise?" And they're like, "That's just the canning factory. It's tomato harvest season." Because all their boilers and stuff going, but yeah, we do a lot of tomatoes, corn, hay, and sunflowers around here in this little area.
All right.
One thing that's never really made sense to me is farming in California.
Really?
Well, yeah, sure, you get sunlight a lot, but they're in constant state of drought.
Well, it's feast or famine in California. I mean, they just got
yeah,
everything was, they had like a 15-year drought. Well, this spring they got all of the rain for all 15 years in a matter of a month.
Yeah.
So it was like, yeah, these reservoirs were like 30% full, and now they're overflowing because of it's just the sheer amount of water. The flooding of the valley was just obscene, and it's like, people. I just love people who don't really understand climate change and who have weaponized it. Still misunderstand how it works. But this, I mean, people are like, oh, we had a drought, now it's part of climate change, and now it's flooding, and that's part of climate change. Everything is part of climate change, and they make a joke out of it. And it's like, if you actually understand how weather works and how the climate works, yes, everything is involved with that. What happens is climate change is just making things more extreme. Look at the El Nino going on right now. This is literally the hottest year on record. We have already broken the record for the hottest day on Earth. So I think it was like July 4th, like the hottest day on Earth until July 5th, which broke the record, right? So, yes, the climate is changing, and depending on your urgency level, there are certain people, I won't name her name, but there are certain people who have tried to make money off of this that I think I despise like crazy. But California in historically is a brilliant place to grow crops. The problem with California, the idiots in charge of California, they're like, we have X amount of water coming in, and we need to allocate that water. Well, what did they build? They built like almond orchards. They're growing tropical crops in California that use so much water. There's not a lot of water left over because there was kind of the use it or lose it mentality.
Yeah.
If you didn't use your water allocation, the next year you would lose it. And so these companies would literally like use every drop that they were allocated, whether they needed it or not. Well, now the system is basically dead because we found out that the water allocation, the estimate on the volume of water that could be allocated, estimates based on like a 10-year period of like monsoon levels of moisture that are not realistic. So there's more water allocated from the Colorado River than it actually flowed.
Than was expected. Yeah.
No. So if you take the total volume of water that can flow down the Colorado right now, there's more. It's like 120% allocation of that water.
Oh.
Right? And so, yeah, and California is the vast majority of that because they're growing tropical crops. It's a vast amount of water. And so it leaves very little for actual people living, in and around these places. So
That's why my water bill's so high all the time, and we don't use that much.
Exactly. So it is exactly what it is.
But California produces like 30 or 40% of the crops that are used in the United States, and then a different amount is exported. Obviously the wine for the grape country and stuff, but like California produces a lot of milk as well because we have a lot of dairy farms in central California.
Well, yeah, California also. Let me build this vehicle here really quick.
But a lot of the area used to be like kind of swampy marshlands, and then because of the way they did the irrigation canals and stuff, they turned that land into farmland, and now they have all the irrigation canals for the farms. And that is how they're able to continuously grow throughout the year. While other places, per se, North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, places like that, they mostly just rely on rainfall.
Oh yeah, absolutely. One of the other things is like if it's February and you go to a restaurant and you have a salad, where do you think that stuff is coming from?
Yep.
Right? It's like we have lost the concept of seasonal food in this country because
we're able to grow it in all these other places.
That
weren't,
and we're able to move it at a monstrous cost to the environment because that shit has to get flown in, right? Heads of lettuce you cannot put on a truck in California and ship to New York. Right? By the time they get there, they're dead. They're rotted away.
Yeah.
So you have to fly these things out, especially if they're other countries. So Argentina is another massive producer of food for the U.S. to import, and that shit is flown in every day. There was one of the funniest, one of the most hilarious takes on on the environment that I've seen is there was a climate activist that just came out and said we need to stop farming, it's adding too much to climate change. We need to stop farming. Literally stop farming. Because it's becoming more and more prevalent where people don't understand. If you walk up to an average person, a young person today, and say, where does your food come from? What is the number one response nowadays?
Grocery store.
Grocery store.
Of course.
It's like the insanity of that to me is like, how have we like as a society, as a species, lost track of where the hell our food comes from? Something as basic as our food, we've forgotten where it comes from. How is this possible? So for me, it's like,
Crazy.
it's absolutely insane. So yeah, I'm a big proponent of, I don't know, educating people to be smarter and more aware of where stuff is coming. Like, yeah,
that person isn't wrong by saying that farming is contributing to the environment like that, because yes, it is. All the cattle and pigs and stuff, they are producing a lot of methane and things like
but
that.
it's minuscule compared to industry.
In comparison to the industry, it is. But what those people like to do is they like to pick one point and focus solely on that point.
Right. Well, the worst part is you get this message that is utterly wrong. And the worst part is the policymakers and the idiots that buy into it. They start adding laws and they start legislating things that are based on false narratives, like Ireland, right? Ireland just announced they're going to kill all their cattle to help fight climate change. So they're gonna slaughter 200,000 head of cattle to fight climate change.
Go down temporarily.
Well, shit. That adds maybe 1/1,000,000% to climate change. Like it's such a negligible, tiny amount that it just doesn't make a difference. It absolutely doesn't make a difference.
And then, like, here, they are still very heavily pushing electric vehicles or hybrid electric, things like that. And yet, at the same time, they're also pushing limiting our use of electricity in the afternoon because all these people are coming home, plugging in their vehicles, and the electric grid cannot handle it in conjunction with air conditioners and such running.
Well, it's the air conditioners. The air conditioners are what, you put those compressors up there. It's bad. The oddest thing, right? So my folks, they have a place down in Arizona that they go to in the winter. It is literally illegal where they live to put solar panels on your roof.
Really?
Illegal. The local power company lobbied the government to make it illegal to install solar panels, claiming that it would cause too much infrastructure changes and too many headaches and stuff like that. But they literally cannot put solar panels in the place that it would do the most amount of good. Arizona, I mean, it is sunny there 90% of the time. And all year.
I do know there is some stuff with the way the solar panels are done. If the electricity produced isn't within the right phase of what the grid is producing, then the grid can't accept it, and it can't go backwards into the grid if you're producing more than you're using, sort of thing. So I know that is a thing, but that also would relatively be easy to figure out. Just tell all the solar manufacturer companies to make it compatible with the grid.
Well, I mean, if you have solar panels and then a Tesla power wall, so you have the solar panels and then the power wall, and then the power wall can interface with the electric grid, which creates a buffer, which can then you can have the electronics in place to match the frequencies of the AC grid. So there is a easy answer to this, and that's why Tesla has the Powerwall. That's why that technology exists.
Yeah, I
Be-
would have gone with that with my house as well. Unfortunately, my gas main is right next to my electric main, and the cost it would have taken to upgrade the main to be able to do the power wall, and then move the gas main would have been not worth it. But I wish we did go with that because even with the solar that we had a blackout just a few days ago because of all the power usage, and yeah, the solar wasn't able to keep up with, running the normal things in the house.
well,
And I
right.
think having the power wall probably would have been able to be fine, although it's not like we were running the air conditioner since it had broken before that. Ooh. But yeah. And now the other thing that the electric company here is doing is they're adding an additional charge for even if you have solar just being connected to the grid. So my solar panels are making enough power that I don't have an electric bill per se, but the amount of they have increased the charge for being connected to the grid from like a couple dollars to like $50 now.
Yeah, that's part of the like the point of trying to get um the trying to limit and legislate the use of renewables is exactly counterpoint to what needs to be done. It's exactly the opposite. These power companies should be over the moon and helping people install solar panels, especially in the really sunny areas like California, Arizona, like those areas. They should be begging people to install solar panels because it's like the more distributed you can have the power, the more stable it's going to be. Now, yeah, it's going to cut into their profits, and that's all they care about.
Yeah.
But the counterpoint to that is you have brownouts, blackouts. Well, the reason they're okay with that is there's actually very little consequences, right? If a company like what happened in Texas a couple years ago, like because Texas is its own grid, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that grid crashed. Well, the companies involved really didn't have any consequences of that. There wasn't any like massive backlash because there was only one option. It's a complete monopoly on the system, and when you have that, these companies do not care about the quality of effort. They just don't care, and that's a huge problem. Huge problem.
Yeah. And like here in California, PG&E is the main supplier for electricity and gas, right? And some of the wildfires during one of the previous years were caused by their lack of maintenance on their infrastructure. And so any profit they're making, they're having to dump right back into fixing their stuff so they don't cause more wildfires and get sued like crazy.
Yeah, I actually saw a documentary. The PG&E is one of the worst companies in the country regarding like quality of service and how much they've spent because
I forget the name of the documentary, but you'd enjoy it. It's about the water quality. They were using a chemical that was causing like birth defects and cancer and sickness. I forget the name of it though,
it
but
doesn't surprise me.
it's a good one. It's like chlorhexafluorine, something like that. It was a chemical. And they were denying that there was unsafe levels, and then like it was proven in a court of law, and I'm pretty sure that settlement is still ongoing.
Yeah, it's a fascinating like um
Thing.
yeah, it's a fascinating thing with like what do you do when a company does not care about its customers? They only care about profit. It's
Especially
like
because when it's something like that, there's nothing you can do about that because there's no other source to get that material from, whether it's the power, the gas, or whatever.
Right. And so I'm all about capitalism. I'm all about capitalism. The problem with capitalism is when capitalism intersects with quality of life or safety and security, right?
Mhm.
So when you have like capitalism plus healthcare or capitalism plus like security, then you get really bad decisions. Because if profit is your only motive, then there's a huge problem with putting people second, right? A hospital that's only concerned about profit. Well, there's a big problem with that because you're dealing with people's lives, and yeah, there's a massive issue, and I have major problems with how capitalism works with that. And some of it you can't avoid and you can't do anything about, but it doesn't mean it's right. It doesn't mean that the people running these companies shouldn't be, at least held accountable for some of their decisions. I just think that as a as a society, we need to figure this out.
And so you brought up the healthcare system, which is funny because I've got a different point of view on that. So the military's healthcare system is essentially socialized because there is no profit. You don't get, more money from being better in the military healthcare system, and you just get paid the same as the other person. So in the case of that, I have found that a lot of our doctors in this sort of a system have no motivation to excel, so they just do the essentially the bare minimum, and that causes a very poor system of healthcare as well. I'm not saying that the capitalized healthcare is good because obviously it shouldn't cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars to get the care that you need, but I've noticed that with our system, the lack of that incentive has made for some pretty poor care practices.
right. Well, yeah, the profit motive is also why the children are getting mutilated right now, because in 2015 Obamacare stated now that gender reassignment can actually be covered by insurance. Well, that just incentivized insurance companies to be like, all right, well,
More money for us.
more money for us. And so we want to start encouraging these $90,000 surgeries. Well, what results in that? Well, you have just devastating devastating results. And yeah, it's just bad. That's why, the healthcare system, and my grandma lives in an assisted living facility that is owned by a corporation.
Mm-hmm. I used to work in one.
The quality inside is so bad. She's fine, it's clean. There are certain things that are done really well. But like the quality of food, the quality of the help, that's the what they're paying their help, the hours that they're working, it's owned by a corporation, and so they're trying to squeeze as much money out of that as they can while having as little expenses as they can.
Absolutely.
And so
The assisted living home that I worked at in the dining facility, basically, I was a waiter in their dining facility, pretty much relied solely on high school labor to staff the um, eating facilities there, and then likewise for some of the less skilled, I don't want to call them nurses because they're not, but like the assistants for the assisted care portion of that were all about um, using very young and essentially cheap labor.
yeah, and not the one of the things that my grandma has told me is when they hire people, they don't really they don't really tell them the full story about what is expected of them.
No, they do not.
So they hire these people saying this is the work we're hiring you for, and then when they finally start working, all of a sudden their workload is doubled on top of that. And it's like, this is not what you hired me for, and so they have a massive amount of turnover. But it's a corporation, so nobody cares. Nobody gives a shit in there, and they're losing people right and left. And you know, who is left but the actual people in there paying money? I mean, it's a lot of money. It's like $3,000 a month that they're paying for this facility.
The price that they're paying for that. And then like I know like one weekend alone we lost 3 chefs, a dishwasher, and 2 people on the prep team in the kitchen because
Jesus.
they just decided to walk.
Yeah.
And
and that just puts, you know, more burden on the people who are still there, and it's
then
like
they want to leave.
All it does is hurt the residents. Like,
exactly.
When you treat people that poorly, the domino effect is severe. And I just see a corporation as the wrong kind of entity to own facilities. I don't think it's right that we allow that, because the number one priority in a facility like that should be the residents. Because here they are, they've lived their life, they are retired, they are, you know, needing assistance. And how do we treat them? We treat them almost as bad as returning veterans from wars. I mean, it's so atrocious, some of the things that we do in this country. And yet we're bitching and moaning about the stupidest things. Like, it's so stupid. So yeah, it's really crazy when I sit down and look at, you know, how, well, as a society, how we prioritize things. It's just fascinating. What we think of as important. Now, do I want to expand this city? The city is getting really big. We have lots of passengers here now. Where's the train? There it is. Passengers. Oh yeah. Passengers here are doing good because this train here is rocking and rolling. What is my profitability on this train? This is my expensive train. Oh, it's still profitable. Okay, good. 200,000 last year. That's good. So I'm sitting here with a balance of 4 million. Us. Looks like he's struggling.
Yeah.
So I
Still
can
getting used to the game.
I can boink on infusion.
Oh wow.
I'm a venture
Thank
capitalist and an angel investor. I'm investing in your future, damn it. I mean, I got $4 million. What am I going to do with it? Except give it to people that I know. Okay. Now we should have that bumped up. We do. For some reason this is only 58. I don't know how it calculates this. Even in Transport Fever, I have problems with how the formula is calculated. This coal mine says production last month 81 tons of coal, 58% transported. Right? There's only 26 tons of coal in the station. I have transported all of it. But the way that it's, because it's a monthly calculation, the trains are not arriving every single month. So, you know, 1 month might go by and we might have coal still in there. Well, even though another train's are going to come and scoop up all of it, it still says only 58% because the month went by. So you literally have to have a train constantly pulling in here and pulling out every little bit of coal every month, which is stupid. It should be based on a yearly calculation.
Mm-hmm.
It's a like, hey, I can produce 81 tons of coal in a month, but how much over the period of an entire year is distributed or is taken? Because that number would be like 95%, right? Which would inevitably cause the coal mine to increase production, which would cause even more profitability. But because the production stays low because of this percent, it hurts. There might be a game script, you know, the OpenTTD here. There is a ton of game scripts that you can go and, you know, there's a button on the homepage that you can go to just browse content, right? And you can just go down and just, you know, install new graphics packs, new trains, you know, all the things you can install. You know, sound packs, music packs, just tons and tons of stuff. You know, I have music on here, but I don't have it playing because it kind of gets annoying. It's all MIDI. I mean, it's old school.
Whole bunch of 16-bit music.
Yeah, it's all MIDIs. And I just hit. So yeah. So the actual music packs when you download them are like 100K, and it has like 20 songs. So it's like it's old school, baby. MIDI.
Like it.
SH125 diesel. Wow, only 46 grand. Capacity 8 whole bags of mail. That's nice. Ore truck. So that's the old style. So this is all tracks. God, I can barely read the text on this. The UI is so tiny.
Is there
Game
a
was
scaling option?
Yeah, there is a UI scale that you can have. Certainly, I could boost this up. But I want to do the new style.
Yeah, because on the YouTube, at least at the quality that I'm going at, which is 720, you also cannot read that text.
Yeah, I mean the game was made in a time when monitors were at best 640 by 480.
Oh yeah.
So this monitor is HD, so 1920 by 1080, which is, you know, triple. Yeah, triple what the game was built on. So
That's crazy.
the fact that it even works, like the fact that they literally built a clone of Transport Tycoon, including all the graphics and everything. Because it used to be, back in the day, back in the early 2000s, you actually had to have a copy of Transport Tycoon Deluxe. Because that's the files that it would use. So you would grab the GRF files off the CD or whatever you had with it, and that's the files that it would use. And it was only, I think, officially 2009 was when they finally had basically a community open source project that replaced all of the things: graphics, music, and sound effects. Yeah. So they didn't copy the base games, which is pretty. I mean, 2009. So this project has been in the works for a very long time. I remember playing this 20 years ago.
Careful, Buggy. Don't age yourself there.
Oh, I'm old.
Back in my day.
Yeah, Monday's my birthday, so I'll probably do a little stream. I don't know. We do a farming stream or something on Monday.
Oh, I
Um,
might be around for the early morning because I'm on swing shift now.
hmm.
Yeah.
You're a swinger.
Mm-hmm. 2:30 p.m. to 10:30 p.m. I just noticed this now. I'm unloading a trailer full of sugar beets, and there's supposed to be the animation of the beets leaving the trailer and then a dust animation. Well, the dust animation is a series of gray blobs with random numbers inside of them. I think there might be something wrong with the coding of that.
Hmm. Uh,
But yeah, somewhat unfortunately because of the way they utilize that fill plane mechanic, and I could probably adjust this in the XML of the unloading speed, but like this tipper trailer is tilted at like 80 degrees, and all the sugar beets should just slide right out the back, but because of the method of removal that they use, it's just going very, very slow. And that's one of the things I think Buggy might appreciate in the mods is everything is XML based, so adjusting values for certain things is really easy.
oh, nice. So you can customize the mods really easily?
Very
Oh
easily.
my god. That's a
Um,
lifesaver for me.
One thing I will say is the mod has a, or the if you use any of the in-game mods, the modding tool does have a thing for updates. So if you update the XML, it will determine that your version is not the same as what's available on the store, and it'll prompt you saying that there's an update available for this mod. But if you changed it from what was there, then obviously you don't want to update it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to say that again.
Um, the in-game mod menu. If
Okay.
you download one of those mods and you change the XML of that mod, um, the mod menu makes it so if there's an update to any of your mods, it very easily you can go to the updates menu and click on it and automatically update it. But if you change the XML, it's going to prompt you to update it because it thinks that you have a
Right.
different version than
It's
what
out
it's
of
in.
sync. Right.
Yeah. So usually that's not a big deal. There's only a few select mods that I've had to update and do that with. But then in that case, you just keep an eye out to make sure the actual mod hasn't updated. And then I just, save a copy of my XML and insert the changes into the newest update that I made.
So I'm assuming then that um, if you change the XML, if you customize it, and then the mod itself updates, you're gonna have to rechange the XML again.
Yes, if you choose to update the mod, because it doesn't necessarily auto update. You have to choose the update. It just lets you know that there's an update available, and that
Right. But
only
but if
works.
you do,
Then you would have to make those changes again. Yes. Yeah. But that only works for the mods that were from the Giants website mod. Because essentially the in-game mod menu comes off of the Giants corporation webpage with mods. So if I were to go to farmingsimulator.com, then it has the mod store, as they call it, and everything on this webpage, which I'm going to put in the chat bugs, is available in game. All you have to do is go to the main menu of the game and open up the mod menu, and boom, it's there. But the third party websites are the ones that you'd have to manually go and find an update for. And unfortunately, a lot of them, instead of updating their mod, they just re-release it and call it version 1.2 instead of 1.1 or whatever, which can be a bit of a pain.
yeah, for me, what would take the most time is actually going through the mods and figuring out what I would want. There's a certain, like you said, that there's a bunch of mods that are realistic, and then a bunch of mods that are basically helpful mods, like
Yeah.
reduce grind mods, and those, you know me, like I don't like grind, so I would definitely want quite a bit of those without destroying things too much, but um
And as usual, you do get some mod conflicts on occasion, and those can be game breaking. So, diagnosing which mod is causing the problem can be a bit of a pain sometimes. Actually, I just completely emptied my mod folder this weekend and started fresh with the usual mods that I like to eliminate the game crashes that I was having.
so
And those are
what
mostly
in what vein of mods are the crashes usually being caused by? Like is there a specific, like, is there a
it's hard to
specific kind
say.
of mod that is more prone to crashes, essentially?
Um, Third-party mods from one of the less reliable websites because those mod developers don't really clean their mods of error codes and things.
Hmm.
Um, the ones on the Giants website themselves are usually pretty reliable. I haven't had too many issues with them, but of course, by the time that I'm getting mod errors like that, I have so many mods from 4 different websites that it's hard to tell exactly which one was causing it. Or which one was causing the conflict, so I just removed the mod that is failing entirely rather than determine which other mod to get rid of so I can still keep the features of the other one. Um, you can go through like the game log to determine what's what, but it's not always reliable. But I think
Huh.
there's one mod in particular that you would enjoy, and that's called the Easy Dev mod, which just gives you a series of developer tools. Like you can add money, remove money, change the time scale, be able to fly, or teleport vehicles, fill a vehicle or a silo with certain materials. So let's say you did not want to wait to harvest something, you could just fill a silo completely full with a crop and not have to worry about harvesting it.
Well, that's part. I mean, you want to harvest it.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
there's certain aspects of the game that I wouldn't want to mod out.
yeah,
Um,
absolutely. So in particular, what I use that for, let's say I'm sowing a really big field and I run out of seed with my planter and need to either take it all the way back to the farm to get it filled up, or I need to take a truck to it that is filled with seed to fill it up, or you can just use the easy dev thing to fill it with seed again and not have to worry about it.
like me, like one of the things that I would want to mod, and I know this would be crazy, and I don't even know if there's mods that do it. I'm sure there are, but I would want to mod the market to be more profitable,
Oh yeah,
so
there
so
are.
I could more quickly ramp up that exponential curve of, like,
Hmm.
the first harvest coming in. I would want to be profitable enough to really cause a massive boost in the farm, or whatever, whatever. I mean, whatever we end up doing, role playing, or just sitting around and
For
playing,
fun.
for fun. Sort of a relaxed,
Hmm.
a relaxed way of doing things.
Yeah. So in particular with this one, the because of the heavy focus on the production chains in the game, the price of the base crop, like just harvesting a bunch of wheat and selling it as is, has gone down. So there are mods that increase that to make it worthwhile again, the way it used to be in the older versions of the game. So that's
For
pretty
what
much
crop?
exactly what you're looking for. And any crop, wheat or
Oh,
whatever. Yeah, because like now what they want you to do is you harvest that wheat and instead of selling it directly, you turn it into flour and turn it into bread or cereal or something like
oh,
that. But the mods make it so you can get a decent profit for just selling it as is. which is nice.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it would be. I don't know. I don't see like the whole like taking wheat and then making flour and then making bread. Like that's more along the lines of like a factory game. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, I understand it'd be more profitable, but do you own the mill? Do you own the bakery? And is that an expense that you have to incur?
Yes. Yeah,
So
so
it's like,
typically the bakery is like $80,000 to buy, and then they go by cycles in a month. So let's say the bakery produces 2,000 cycles of bread per month. The cost per cycle is probably going to be like $200 for a cycle, and it produces X amount of bread. And so that's where it comes in there. But in the end, the costs of those, like your maintenance and upkeep costs, are hardly ever a factor in the game. I've never run into a issue where I run out of money because of that. Usually I end up running out of money because I am buying new things, or I have to fill this trailer with seed so I can, plant it, and the seed costs a decent amount, and that's where you run out of money. And of course, you have to pay the helpers, the AI helpers.
yeah, I noticed that the guy, that one guy who has all the AI helpers, as he has them running, his bank balance is ticking down ever so slowly. Like it's
hmm
just this constant.
And there are some things that you can do that make it go more or less. So, like the AI helpers, you can have them set up so their fuel never decreases, or the amount of seed and stuff in the tender or fertilizer never decreases. And it just takes that directly from your bank account. And so you're paying it, so you don't have to,
Mm,
constantly fill them up when they empty. But
yeah, that would
the
be
more,
nice.
yeah,
Yeah,
that
the
again
the
goes
the
with the realism.
yeah the one guy I was watching, his channel is called Austin Farmer. Really
hmm
good. I mean, he does series and then he does the big compilation, right? So it's like a
hmm
2 or 3 hour video where it's one long video. So Austin Farmer is one of the guys, and basically that's the only thing he does on his channel is
hmm
farming sim. And um I was watching, he was like one of his series was like a survival series, and yeah, every little thing, filling up the seed, and like I don't know, the way that he was talking, it sounded a lot more detailed than I've ever seen in a game. He was talking about like the maintenance on a piece of equipment. He had to like grease it up, and he had to do all of
That
this
one would
stuff.
be a mod to be able to have maintenance like that. And
Oh, okay.
unfortunately, one of the issues with that particular mod is every piece of equipment that you want to be able to work like that, you have to edit the XML to make that happen.
Oh, yeah. I
So
just
the
thought that
equip
would be that was a little. I mean, that was a little much. Like
yeah,
that's
the
getting to
equipment
like car mechanic
greasing is
simulator
rough.
for me. Like,
Yeah. The equipment greasing is a mod that is like that, but there is a maintenance cost on vehicles, and then you can just take it to the shop and repair them, or with the right mod, you essentially hire a mechanic that at midnight restores all your vehicles back
oh,
to 100% condition.
I did like the power washer where the machines got dirty and you had to
Yes.
you had to wash them off, because I did like that.
Yeah, that one's base game, and once upon a time they did have it where the rain would also wash off your machines,
That's
but
funny.
It n- it it kind of makes sense and it kind of doesn't. If the machine is just sitting there, yeah, it would wash it off to a degree, but if the machine's actively working in the rain, then it's going to get even muddier.
Hmm.
Um and then like so let's say it is raining and you're trying to use the harvester, well, you're going to get a reduced yield on your crop because everything's wet.
Right, right, and that I've seen that a lot as people talking about limiting moisture. I gotta hit the hit the bio break here really quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I'm thinking that too. Have fun, Oz.
Alrighty.
Much better.
Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to utilize that break time to give Emma some snuggles on the couch, and I walk in the living room and she's snoring.
Oh,
Oh man. Not gonna lie, Oz, I'm pretty excited that Bugs is interested in farming sim.
yeah? Oh, I'd believe it. I think you tried to get us into that one other time, too.
Oh yeah, there's been a time or two where I've attempted.
Hmm. Another glitch in this.
Go.
There we go.
So maybe I should be putting the crossovers later.
I am almost done with the sugar beet field. It says about 40 minutes left.
The AI is estimating 40 minutes left.
Yes.
Oh,
And I don't know if that takes into account no, I would assume so because each AI is working on its own path, and so the course play marker is just going on the approximate of how long it's been taking them to travel from waypoint to waypoint, and I think that's how it's determining the estimated time. So that's not including the time it takes while it's waiting for me to unload it.
hmm. Yeah, it's pretty amazing how expensive some of those machines are. Like
Yeah.
$500,000 for a combine. It was like, because those are real. I mean, those are real prices. I've had family members be farmers, and yeah, they were like, I'm one family member. When I was growing up, one of my great uncles, my grandmother's brother, had a big farm in the state,
Mhm.
like one of the largest. And he had a tractor where the front and rear wheels were quads, 4 tires on each side, right? 4 tires. So there were 16 tires on this tractor. It was unbelievably large. He's like, yeah, that tractor was like 600,000 just for the tractor.
Yeah. No, that's accurate.
And it was just like, yeah, because he was farming thousands of acres, just crazy amounts. And so his machinery, like the discs and the planters, were so big, they're so wide, you needed a tractor that big with that much horsepower and that much, torque to actually
absolutely.
pull that amount. So, I mean, there are certain, like the Austin farmer, like he knows all of the lingo regarding it. I don't know any of the lingo, but I'm aware enough of how things work that I would be able to. I wouldn't pass as a farmer, but I would actually be able to hold my own.
Yeah. Thankfully, in the game, it makes it pretty simple. If you're looking at a piece of equipment, let's say a plow, you look at it and it tells you its working width, its speed, its weight, and the horsepower requirement to pull it.
Right.
And so you just have to match it up with a tractor that matches that power requirement, and you're good to go.
As long as you got the money. That's one of the reasons why I would want a mod that would improve the economy. Because if I'm selling hay and I want to increase the amount of money that I'm making, I want to be able to, all of the steps and processes, have this really fast linear, like mow a lawn, earn enough money, get a better mower, earn enough money, get another, and just kind of build up fast and be able to actually start farming.
I believe also you can pretty easily just edit the price range available in the maps XML file. So like that particular save file that you have, you can edit the prices in the XML.
So you could edit like the range
Yeah,
as the
prices have a
economy
range.
fluctuates.
Because the prices have a range throughout the year. So like let's say wheat, for example, I will look at the price fluctuations. So in August, which is around the time frame that it's all been harvested, the price is at its lowest. Meanwhile, in January, the price is at its highest because that's when it's in demand. Um, yeah, and its price for 1,000 liters of wheat is between at the highest 1,221 or the lowest $858 per 1,000 liters. So sometimes the price can very drastically change depending on what you're doing and what time of year it is, which makes sense. It's pretty accurate for real life too. And then it also adjusts, like, let's say you just saturate the market with a certain material, the price is going to drop. So if, like, the only thing you're doing is wheat and all you do is put wheat into the market, then the price for wheat is going to drop like a rock.
Yeah, I've seen examples of that. The guy who does the time lapses, sometimes it's hard to catch, but he'll sell like a hay bale that's like $3,800, and then he'll sell another hay bale in like the middle of winter, and it's like $4,500. Like,
Exactly.
you know, it drastically changes the price.
Yeah. Some of the maps also include things like snow during wintertime, and you may or may not want to plow the snow or use a snow thrower to get rid of it, but you can also just turn that off in the settings.
Snow. All right. Let's see.
But like the use of the snow for that, like for a lot of the guys who do like the role play, well, they say that they picked up a second job plowing the city roads, and they, use that easy dev thing that I was telling you about to give them X amount of money for doing it.
Right. Yeah, there's one guy who did that, like, he started a quote unquote landscaping business,
Mm-hmm.
and he was going around, like, there was like a neighborhood in the map, and he went around and like mowed the lawns of people and then got a bunch of money. And I'm like, I wonder how does that work? Is that like a very customized system, or is that actually part of the game where an individual house could be like, hey, I'll pay you $1,000 to mow my lawn, or $500 to mow my lawn? Which, hell, I should get into the lawn mowing business if that's the case.
Once upon a time, there was an iteration of the game that did include mowing like that for small things. Like there was a baseball field that you would mow and use a lawnmower, and it wanted you to pick up all the grass clippings so there was nothing left behind. And it would pay you X amount. It wasn't anything crazy, but I'm assuming that particular YouTuber just did what I said and, forced the role play of that and use the easy dev thing to give them a decent, a realistic sum of money for doing the job.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
because they don't.
typically
I mean,
now
the way that when they do role play, it's sort of,
Mhm.
I can tell that it's like abstracted. Like they're like, hey, we did this job and here's some money, and they don't actually show any UI regarding what they do, and it's like, this is probably an abstraction.
Yeah, because the contract hub that is in the menu here is pretty simple. It says, okay, cultivating field 4. Prepare field 4 for sowing the next crop by cultivating it. Use your own equipment or lease the equipment for a reward reduced by $7,900. And then so you either accept the contract or borrow the items, and then the field on the map flashes, you go and do it, and when it's done, a little notification pops up saying contract completed. You go back to the contract menu and collect your reward. And that's all there is to it. So most of the time with those role-playing things in the game, that's all what the YouTuber has added to make it a little more fun.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And to think about it, I mean, like, there is no story to this game at all. So the guys that do the role playing and like a story mode for the game put a lot of work into it.
Yeah, I could tell. Like the Austin farmer, I even commented on one of his videos because I could not imagine how much time went into it. Like, just unbelievable amounts of time just went into, that part of it. It was just crazy. I could just tell that it was getting pretty crazy.
And typically, the one channel that I watch, Daggerwin is the name of the channel and the YouTuber, and he produces one of those roleplay episodes a week, and he said it usually takes him about 3 days to produce that. Meanwhile, on the other days of the week, he just produces a normal video with commentary of what's going on, like a playthrough of all these different maps that are coming out, because some of these modders have made some amazing maps.
Yeah, so I would
I
want
got a
to.
question when you got a chance.
Oh, sure.
You want to take a look at my area? Look at Drunning Hall Heights. There's an oil factory way to the west.
Okay.
So yeah, I've got a bunch of them stopped. I'm still not sure exactly how the rail signals work, I think is the thing. Because yeah, you've got the train, near the coal plant trying to enter in from the west, and then the other one from the east. But I'm assuming though that's in the same block, but it doesn't make any sense because they're different tracks.
All right, I'm gonna have to. Okay, there we go. That's that. Okay, one thing you need to look at is so the train that is. Let me pop in. So this train that's right here, that's sitting outside the station. Notice the direction of that signal. Do you see where I'm looking at?
I think
now
so.
look down. Look down the line. The signal down the line on the other side of the station is looking the other way. So the signals mark it as one way, right? So the signal, by facing down like it's facing towards the train, right? That's the direction that train needs to go. When you have the signal on the other side, there you go. Now it's saying now the block is valid.
Okay, and yeah, that's kind of what I thought, but you can't place signals in the same block or in the same hex. Whatever I'm trying to say.
You can't have a signal that's two way.
Yeah. Oof.
Yeah, it's a very, very simplistic signal system. There's not any complication to it at all. It's very easy to overuse signals. Very, very easy. If you look at the way that I did my station setup, you notice there's no signals at the station because the blocks are automatically allocated. The station itself acts as a signal, right?
Okay, maybe.
So the station is its own block. So if a train is occupying a lane in the station, that block is closed off. If you have another block open, the next train will occupy that block, or the next rail over. So you don't need signals in front of the station would ruin it, because the train would turn around and there'd be a train right at the entrance going, "Hey, I want in." So only use signals like I did to mark the two different directions of a rail. Okay, what was I working? I was working on the farms over here. So in the factory, if you just supply Like, if I just supply livestock and grain, would that actually make goods, or do I need to supply all three?
I think if you supply any.
Any. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good.
For a second, I thought you were asking me, and I'm like, in relation to what?
All right. Let's do this. Ooh, 17 grand. Yowza. There we go. And I'm using electrified rail. Catenary. Hey, I'm very familiar with that word right now. Catenary. I started working on the electrical network mod now side of things. All right. I want cantilever steel. And cantilever steel. Oh.
They seem to want to enter the same track on the train station, even though they have access to either one.
Which station?
Same one in question.
Darningham Heights?
For yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's a little hard to see in that area. Let me try and bulldoze some of the trees.
Oh, I have trees turned off. Yeah, trees I don't even see anymore. If you go up to if the gear icon at the very top of your screen, if you hold that if you hold that button down, there's transparency options, and you can set trees. You know, the trees themselves are a button, right? And so the trees is a button, and then below it is a button that completely turns them invisible, right? So you don't even get the ghost. You can just completely get rid of trees. Okay, and you can do it for buildings and all the things. So this station, where does this guy want to go? Waiting for free path. Where is he trying to go? Darningham Heights.
Well, Bugs. There is in this game the most expensive piece of equipment I think I have on the store is $913,000, and it is a cotton harvester.
Oh, 900 grand.
Yeah.
All right.
It is feasible to get to that point of profit without too many mods.
Okay. Os.
Yeah.
The trains that stop at the heights, do any of those need to go through the roundabout that you have? Or do they
I don't think so.
Or do they just go back and forth?
Yes. Oh no, come to think it, they go to the if they go to the woods, the woods is the only one that has access right now. I haven't even created trains for the rest because I'm still grappling with this.
Okay, so what I would do if I were to implement it, let me flatten a little bit of area out here. Here's how I would do this, right? Number of tracks, I would make this cheap. So let's just pretend that's your heights. Okay, so that's the heights station. here's how I would do this. I would have this, 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 and this, right? So
Okay.
these two, so this one here and this one here are your bypasses, directional bypasses. So there's that one and there's that one. So you have a bypass going either direction, and then you have this one, which basically you would have going like this, right? So the train could load in either one of those, and then you would have this going that direction and this going that direction. And then how you merge these in is basically the same thing, because you're going to want these to be directional. So you're going to want these two to be part of one because they're going the same direction, right? They're going the same direction. And then these two is a separate one because they're going the same direction. Do you
Yeah, I
kind of
don't know
get what
why
I'm
you have them crossed over there though.
where
Um,
um
I make a sign. Please sign.
crossed over in front of the station?
Yeah, I think I put a sign there.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
okay, now you've got 'em- Now you've got straights in there also.
yeah, I needed to finish that off. Because they can go into either one of those station spots, right? So because they're both directions past that point, they need to cross. Because when they come out, they're going to be on a different track than they go in.
Yeah.
So yeah, they're going to be on the incoming track. Here, well, yeah. Let's just do this. This is the, well, come on now. This is the incoming track. So they're going to come in on that track and then choose which station to sit at. And when they come back out, they're going to be on this track. So they have to be able to cross paths. They have to be able to crisscross because they're going to be going in and coming out at a different spot. But once they're here, once they're here, then they're on the directions are right. So one of them is going to be the incoming, which is that one, and the other one's going to be the outgoing, which is that one. So the one, yeah. So and that way, and then you can work your magic with the roundabout. You have the cross section in the roundabout already, but you don't have a way really for them to. You have a bypass with the waypoint there. You need another bypass going the other direction with another waypoint to really make sure they're going on the right track. So that's how I would set that station up. There, I can leave that there if you want to just use that as a reference.
Sure.
If you need me to remove it, let me know.
Just bomb this whole section there.
And you can send all of your trains to depot on that line just to get them off the tracks.
I was planning to be able to upgrade this to, well, originally 4 tracks, but I'll just cut it at 3. Then the numbers will work. Connect that.
All right, let's go. Let's get back.
It still doesn't want to go in there. Silly.
Well, yeah, you need to radically move, change your signals around.
Yeah.
So the roundabout I would not have signals inside the roundabout. I would have the signals on the entrance and exits, but not inside the roundabout itself. Because you could have a train partway into the roundabout and then stopped because there's another train like also in there, and the way the blocks work, I don't think it would work very well.
Yeah, that sounds a little
This
messy.
stuff.
All right, let's get this. That. Okay.
The ones in the middle were to force them to clockwise, but I suppose if the block is reserved, that'll work.
Yeah, the direction is dictated by the rail that's coming off. They're going to be forced to go counterclockwise anyway with how you have the rail set up. Because when you have a rail like this, right, the only way they can turn is right, or yeah, right there. So they physically can't turn left. So it's forcing them to go counterclockwise. All right, so the signal here. There we go. And then we need a little bitty go. Okay, now factory, we want we have 3 different cities that we could push goods into. So we want a line here, a line there. Okay. I thought I picked the flat option for the map. Jesus, this is anything but flat.
Huh.
Oh, that was 60 grand.
Fudge cycles.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna have to edit the XML, see if I can't make this unload any faster.
Okay, on the roundabout, I do need the signals in the corner. Okay. Ew, train's not long enough to go through that.
Train's like, help me.
Okay, let's get that one going again. It broke down on its way to the depot to get maintenance. Oh, by the way, Vejas messaged you a little bit ago, asking if you're having fun with the retro game.
Oh yeah, definitely. It gives you an appreciation for
Yeah.
modern games. Um,
It gives you an appreciation for him, but also the nostalgia of having fun playing that old game.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so funky that you're able to have an angle directly into the depot like that.
oh yeah, there's a lot of quirky things about this. About the
Yeah.
about there is
They can
a
go.
map option that disallows, you could have it disallow a 90-degree turn.
Mm-hmm.
So you'd need at least, two diagonal squares. So you couldn't just have go up a diagonal and then the other direction for a 90-degree turn. You have to have a more graceful turn, but I just didn't think that I needed too much of that.
Fair.
No.
Yes.
Oh no! Another dead. Ford died. Oh my god! He's just killing people right and left.
I'm assuming these are only cargo trains and you're not killing passengers.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you gotta have some sympathy for the train conductor and like the engineer on board and.
Nah.
uh,
Let's try to call that one.
okay, where was it? Oh yeah, I'm trying to figure this shit out.
Okay, 8% left on this truck to unload.
Holy
Still good.
crap!
Yeah, I need to make an adjustment in that. But of course, I don't want to make any adjustment exiting the game while there's still material in the vehicle, because that could end badly.
Like, can't you just like fast forward? Can't you like start the dump and then just hit like 10x and just or is that would
No,
that be
because
bad?
that only fast forwards the speed. It doesn't actually fast forward like the simulation of what you're doing.
It's unaffected by the speed of time?
Yes.
That's weird.
Yeah. So When you fast forward the speed in the game, it essentially affects the simulation rate, but not like the things that you're physically doing. So, um, the day passes by quicker, so like your productions will work faster, but your harvester and all your equipment move at exactly the same speed. If
Hmm.
that makes sense.
Okay, it looks like oil wells have a limited supply.
I don't know. Do they?
Apparently, because I was on the screen when I saw it. The oil wells were pumping, and all of a sudden, poof, they're just gone.
Hmm.
Well,
Blame
that
Moss.
sucks. Of course, blame us. Okay, so still having trouble at Durham Heights. I don't have the signals on the other side, but the front signals I've got going through.
Wait, I'll take a peek here.
Yeah, no problem.
Trying to get this. This is a massive sink of money right here, so I'm trying to get this operational.
Ah,
Um. All right, that I think go there. There. There we have that. That goes that way. This comes down this way. This one comes down this way. All right, I think that. All right. All right. Let's see. Um. Remove the track behind the station.
just to test it out.
Yeah, like, well, I'm gonna look at. There you go.
Hmm. Yeah, there's not enough room to have stuff laid out right. That's the thing that's great about Factorio is that you can put rail signals pretty much damn near anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Um.
The unfortunate thing about it is that you can put them pretty much damn near anywhere.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, go to during hall. There you go. That train should leave. Why is that train not leaving?
The one that's at 92, I don't know if you can see the percentages, but there's one that's supposed to stay there until it's full. But I
Okay.
was taking the opportunity not to change anything to try and get things fleshed out.
Full load any cargo. Okay, there we go. Ooh, I made $1 million last year. Nice.
Very nice.
I'm up to 8.2 million. um Yeah, it was the signal, it was the track behind it that was blocking it. But that's why I asked, is there any do any trains go to Heights and then go to somewhere behind it, like the woods or
Yeah.
West or whatever?
I think there will be eventually, but yeah, I guess.
In that case, you just replicate what you have in front of the station behind the station. You have way too many signals on this line here. Way too many.
Yeah,
But
that was partly the auto placer. I put one in there and then auto placed a bunch, and then there we go.
yeah, in that case, you just do. Let me just use my setup here. Again, you match it with the directionality of track. Right? So the track itself is one direction. So you have this track here and this track here. This is going that way, this is going that way. And then you can have one here and here on either side of that intersection. But because if a train is coming out of the station to continue on, you want it to be able to allocate that block. You don't want it to stop in the middle of the block, because that would just prevent any other trains from accessing that. So having too many signals is very, very bad. It's as bad as not having enough. But yeah, that's how I would do that. You could even simplify this if I just redid all of this.
Let's see if we can get rid of that sign.
Here.
Can't seem to get rid of signs. Odd.
And then remove that one. You can have a long, like if you have a lot of trains being, accessing the Heights one, then you're going to want a lot more like space leading into it, because then the trains will just back up and queue for the station. But that right there that layout that I have there would be, very, very efficient with the small trains that you have.
Yeah.
All right, now it's time to spend some money. Let's go here. New vehicles. SH40. 5,000 horsepower. Yeah, let's just go all out. Grain hopper. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then livestock box. Livestock actually. Go here to here. Let's clone that twice. You can head on out. We're going to have this new vehicles, SH40 buy. And then goods car. It's fine. go to here. These are quick little trains, boy. 110 miles an hour.
Ooh, oh, guys.
Right. The goods train arriving. Train 11 is lost. What? You shouldn't be. Should have no problem coming in here. Did I mess something up here? Unstop.
Wow, well, that's a condensed roundabout.
What the hell? Hmm. Okay, what happens when they want to come back? Seriously, dude? I'm hitting the same issue that you were. Ah, pass signal. That's what I needed. This is very strange. Why is it telling me you can't go in there? That's very bizarre. Just turn around. Crying out loud. Like, am I going to be forced to do this a two-way? I think it was going to force me to do it. Cannot reach. What the hell is going on here? Um, cannot reach. What? Okay, now I am lost. This is so weird. Oh, you know what? Man, is this going to be? Oh my God! It feels so stupid. Idiot. Is what I am. And of course, it breaks down because it's literally a year old. Just like it's still under warranty, for God's sakes. Yeah, I don't have. Okay, I'm gonna need a station. Yeah, I didn't upgrade the station to electrified, so it couldn't actually pathfind into the station because the station didn't have any catenary on it. So it was like I can't get there from here.
That's somewhat important.
Yeah, it's a little important to have that. Just a little bit. All right, so the farms should be good to go. We are at over 80% transported on that. Excellent. And our first delivery of goods, this is a full load. We might actually, oh, yeah, he's got to go. First of all, he's got to go to the depot because he's got to get maintenance. I really should have disabled maintenance. Really should have. I wonder if I can in the middle of the game. The AI settings.
New technology unlocked. Maintenance no longer required.
Disable maintenance when brake sound set to none. On. Oh, I didn't see how much money that was. 30,000. Okay. Routing. Like company. Where is breakdowns? Where would that be at? Vehicle breakdowns reduced. None, please. Number of plane crashes, normal. What? What, everybody, is the normal number of plane crashes? Vehicle breakdowns, none. I want to do that.
That depends on the maintenance practices of your plane.
That's funny. Like normal. What's the normal amount of plane crashes? Cycle through signal types, auto renew when a vehicle gets old. I like the auto renew feature. That's very nice. Now, where was that other option for? Oh, that's probably in vehicles. No, there it is. Disable maintenance. There we go. All right. Hopefully that takes effect. Let me know if you see a vehicle like breaking down, because it shouldn't.
All right.
All right.
The thing I see is Oz crashing trains.
Yeah, yeah. Accidents are still on. It happens. All right. Still have 200 crates of goods over here. That's another 14 grand. Oh, look at the oh my god, look at the people over here. We don't have any better passenger car. 40 passengers. Yeah. I mean, there's a ton of like new GRF setting. Like you can get, there's like a whole like American train set, European train set, like Asian train set. You can get just lots of things and stuff. Okay. I want another, maybe, possibly, yes, more goods. I want to deliver some goods over to here. This should all be accurate. This should all work fine. Let's go you. I want to clone this guy. Greenstone Bay. I want to remove that. And then go to there. Okay. And you are good to go, sir. Go forth. Okay. Still up at 80% transported, which is good. Why am I hearing whistles? I should not be hearing whistles. Is that the factory that's doing that? Probably. All right. The first goods coming into Truthingford. Trumfingford. And I'm going to be getting how much money out of this? Cha-ching, 29,000 for that little run. Brilliant.
Nice.
Good start.
I mean, the game, games like this, once you get profitability, for me at least, it just snowballs from there. Like I just set up new lines, and I just keep making money. Like I can't
Exponential growth.
I can't not ever make money. Like even Transport Fever. Like Transport Fever it didn't matter how much I started with. I was always within like 10 years of starting games like this, I'm usually always like, oh, I've got all the money I could ever want. Like I've got almost 10 million, just about to go over 10 million here. And that's after I built this multi-million-dollar train system. Like, look at that. We've actually depleted all of the goods out of here. But with Transport Fever, it was nice because I could add mods, like my Uber production mod, where factories I modded to be like crazy amounts of production. And then I modded cities that demanded crazy amounts of production. So it was like, it's just a trade-off. But now that we're supplying cities with goods, we should be like, the city should be extremely happy with us. Look at my headquarters is brilliant. So let's see. Let's look at Oss's finances here. I gave him $1 million infusion of money here.
Oh my God, over $1 million.
At least he paid his loan off. That's good. That saves him $4,000 a year.
Yeah.
He was actually profitable last year. Look at that. $20,000 he profited last year. Brilliant.
Start.
Jeez.
Yeah, we have, look at just the sheer amount of mail. We have 2,000 bags of mail at this station. We have 88 over here. So somehow, we have far more mail over here. Maybe we should figure out a place to drop mail off, like down here. Have a train come over here. Like, that is a lot of mail. Jesus. I think I may want to replace this train. I know there's a way to do it. No. This is train. Oh, my first train number 1. Let's electrify. This whole line. Okay. Just in case. Okay. So now we'll do a new vehicle. I think the SH40 is the be all end all. At least of the electrified area. Yeah. I mean, it ain't cheap. $70,000.
Oh, it's a good thing that in these games with all these electrified train lines, you don't have to worry about the power production.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's probably a mod. There's probably a script that you need to use power plants, because I'm literally supplying a power plant with coal. So, I mean, I could technically actually power all my trains from this. These are probably still 61%, 225. This bump. I think this bumped up a little bit. 72 now. I
Although
hope.
even in Satisfactory, that train which you do have to supply, the electricity cost is really negligible in comparison to the manufacturing plants that you have.
Yeah, the power in Satisfactory is so out of whack. Like for a single factory building to take like 4 megawatts is that's an insane amount of power. That's enough power for 4,000 houses going into one machine. That is.
I could see it for like one of the like an arc smelter or something like that, but that's a lot of power.
Yeah, I mean the only real world manufacturing that uses power on that scale is the big bauxite aluminum factories in like Iceland, because they have nearly infinite power, so it's really cheap to the geothermal power they have there. So yeah, they'll what's the main company that does aluminum? Was it like Alcor or something? It begins with an A, but so their main factories are in like Iceland because they need unholy amounts of power to process new aluminum. But that's one little bit out of the factory. There's no reason why one of those factories should be
like that. Yeah.
Should take that much power. Like 4 megawatts for one machine? No, that's maybe 3 or 4 kilowatts. Like in one machine would be fine, but it's just crazy.
But yeah, I still can't stop singing the praises of those long distance power lines that they added, because those things are so phenomenal. Especially with the power line zipline tool thing. On the long distance power poles, you don't have to do that little jumping thing that you have to do. It just keeps on going. As long as there's only the one connection going the one direction, it just keeps on going.
Nice.
Yeah. And you can connect, have 3 different connections on the main power pole part, the top part, that the long distance, and then it has a subsidiary thing at the bottom where you can connect 4 smaller buildings to it, or a small power pole. But yeah, the ability to travel, I think I said 33 foundation blocks with one of those is great. An absolutely wonderful method of long distance power before you can utilize the train line to do the same thing.
Oh, I made 1.6 million last year. Glorious.
About how big do the buildings usually get in this game? So I'm like trying to build a city block. How long should I make the road?
Minimum, like the biggest buildings are 2 by 2. The little stadiums that you see, the little like soccer stadiums.
Yeah.
Those are the biggest buildings. Those are, as far as the footprint goes. Most all other buildings are 1 by 1. Like, so the grid, I believe you want the max size grid you want 3 by 3. I usually do 2s because anywhere that I have a 3, there's an empty spot in the middle, and I don't want that. So
yeah,
to maximize space, 2 by 2 grids.
We have someone in chat. Hello.
Hello, Matza. How's it going? Ships will need that kind of power. Yeah. Ships, container, yeah, ships and trains. I mean, the train, modern engines, the big GE engines for locomotives I mean, they're called diesel electric. It's just literally on electric, or it's a diesel engine just connected to an electric alternator. For whatever reason, they don't use direct mechanical energy. It's alternator for whatever reason, but those are massive. I mean, those, like a diesel engine, a single one of those is in rated in kilowatts. Like it generates a ton of electrical power, but it needs that torque of the electric engine, the electric motors, to pull that much weight. So, but they're very, very efficient.
That's exactly it. If you had some sort of transmission for a diesel mechanical locomotive of that size, you would just shear everything. It would not be able to provide that torque without breaking things. They
Right.
do have some small shunters to move things around the yard that are diesel mechanical, but even those are relatively rare because they use smaller diesel electric or occasionally diesel hydraulic engines. And then the infrastructure required to make it set up for a all-electric engine is expensive, but arguably way better than using a diesel electric.
And no, wow,
Hmm.
never mind.
Okay.
My brain fritzed out. Yeah, pretty much.
Back
So,
in like the
what?
50s and 60s, they tried to talk about using a nuclear-powered train.
Oh yeah, there was also like efforts to make nuclear powered like cargo ships, but
And aircraft.
and the realization came very quickly, like you don't want widespread use of nuclear material. That would be bad, especially with how bad companies are like regulating stuff. Like we already have problems with companies worrying about profit. You know, that's where you get like the Fukushimas and the 3 Mile Islands. When you have a company involved, that shit, they cut costs, they cut maintenance. That's where the problems happen. You know, there's a reason why, like the military. I mean, military has been using like we've had nuclear subs and nuclear aircraft carriers for like 50 years, and there's been no massive problems. There's been no major problems because it's the military. You know, there's a chain of command, and there's like direct consequences to screwing up in those situations.
Nuclear bombs, though.
Yeah, yeah. But you know, all in all, there's a reason. If the nuclear power plants were as diligent in safety and maintenance as the military, there would be no issues in the last 50 years. There would be no issues, no question. But it's the fact that these greedy ass companies are like, we need to get every possible dime out of this as possible. It's like you start cutting corners on maintenance. This valve isn't made. Like you start doing that, it's just recipe for disaster. That's all it's going to do.
One of the things is that there's so many limited liability companies. You know, if all the people on the board, you know, for whoever caused Fukushima, for example, you know, if every single one of them, their neck was on a chopping block,
right?
Would be
if there was actually accountability,
exactly.
If the corporation, like, you can't like put a corporation in jail, right? You can sue them in civil court. You can, you know, get rewarded stuff in civil court, but it doesn't really punish the company. A lot of these companies it's so profitable that even when they get a fine, it's nothing. Like, look at these oil companies. You know, Exxon Valdez, the Gulf, you know, BP in the Gulf. even $100 million fine for an oil company, they earn that in 3 days of pumping oil. Like the scales, the economy of scale with a lot of these companies is so extreme. It just doesn't make a difference. You can't hurt them enough. And that's a huge problem. They're just so big and so profitable. It's like we would gladly pay a fine. That's where a lot of these pharmaceutical companies, a lot of these are just like they're looking at the cost. What are we going to get in fines versus what are we getting in profit? Usually profit is way more than the fine. So either we need to fine them enough where it actually hurts them, or start putting the board of directors in prison. Mm-hmm. Having the accountability of the people in charge, just like the bank failures. Nobody went to prison for that.
Of course, no one of the board of directors are ever going to go to prison because they lobby in the political landscape in a way that makes them.
So there's definitely some fundamental problems with the way that we do things. There's just fundamental problems. Now, the resistance to change any of that is so extreme because these companies, they just have infinite amounts of money. So, there's no solution that maintains the integrity of the opportunity of the system, right? So the way the system is set up is everybody gets opportunity with hard work, with dedication. You get the same opportunity, but on the top end, there's such a monumental difference on the top end, and that's down to our culture. Not really the company's fault, but it's down to our culture. There was somebody posted on Twitter this week a comparison between Blizzard's CEO and Nintendo CEO. Blizzard CEO, their annual salary was over $100 million. So Activision Blizzard, $100 million. Nintendo CEO, $2.5 million. Right? Mm-hmm. So that difference is culture. That difference is down to, for some reason, the payment on Blizzard CEO is so much higher. It makes no sense. It makes no sense why somebody should be being paid that much.
Of course, also the fact that, like, just between you and I, normal people, like the payment of $2 million or whatever the lower number was is still insane in comparison to what the average person is dealing with.
Right. So. It's one of those, like, chicken and egg. My brother worked his ass off for 10 years. He was doing 60-hour to 80-hour weeks for 10 years. Building his skills, building his knowledge, working in several different companies, working up the ladder, starting his own company. Started his own company, worked 60, 80-hour weeks for 4.5 years, building something from nothing, and was able to turn around and sell it, and made enough money for him to retire. If he really watches, like, I think he sold it. I don't know exactly what it was, but it was like $5 million, $5 or $6 million, and so he technically has enough to retire. He technically has enough for that. If he really watches himself, but he paid that the year that he sold everything. He paid over $1 million in taxes. And so when people are talking about, like, hey, paying your fair share, it is so bizarre. Like, he still only gets one vote when it's time for elections. He paid more in that year than I think our entire family has ever paid in history. He paid in that year, and people are still outcrying, pay your fair share. It's the most ridiculous notion that you take somebody who worked for years, and at the end of it, yeah, they made some money, but they worked for it. How can you not acknowledge that they actually put the effort in and worked for it? You have to acknowledge that.
Mhm.
Like Elon Musk tweeted out that in like, what is it, 21, either 21 or 22, he paid something like 10 billion in taxes. And people are still posting about him paying his fair share. It's like, it's insane to me that people think that his net worth equals his income.
Yeah.
That disconnect still bothers me. That people still think, oh, this guy's worth 250 billion, therefore he needs to pay his fair share. He may be worth that much, but his income is actually probably not very high. Whatever his compensation packages, usually it's always in stock in companies and in startups. So there's no direct relation to net worth and income, right? You pay income taxes. It's not on net worth, but there are literally politicians out there that want to tax net worth. That is the stupidest idea ever. Imagine being taxed just on how much you're worth every
How
year.
much people think that you're worth.
Yeah, every year, year after year after year, that would just bleed your net worth down to nothing, right? And it's like, I don't understand. I don't understand that mentality. For me, it's like, it's just so backwards. You want to encourage investment. You want to encourage people to start businesses. You want to encourage the American dream of starting a company, building a company, growing a company, creating jobs. You want to encourage that. And yet you have states like California that it's so devastatingly bad to start a company. Their entire economy is stagnating because they're taxing every little thing. And it's stalling the economy because it's like every little thing is taxed. Employment taxes, this taxes. This happened in in the Seattle area where my brother lives. So in the city of Seattle, housed Amazon. So Amazon headquarters was in Seattle, and Amazon built a really nice build, like a multi-million-dollar building in Seattle, like 60-70 million dollars. They built this brand new building as a new headquarters because they were in like an old hospital or something, so they had to build something new. And so right about the time the building was getting done and ready to be moved in, the city of Seattle decided, hey, we're not making enough money. We need to start taxing more these companies. And so they passed this ridiculous employment tax that it was, if you had over X number of employees, and I don't know what the cutoff was, but it was like specifically targeting Amazon. There's the Tim. They charged like a $2,500 flat tax a year for every employee.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so Amazon, having several thousand employees, was looking at a brand new tax if they moved into their new building in Seattle. They were looking down the barrel of millions and millions of dollars a year in a new tax. So they just rented out space in Bellevue across the lake out of Seattle. And now Seattle not only isn't earning any money from that new tax, they lost all of the taxes they were making from Amazon being there in the first place. So they screwed themselves out of that income completely because they got greedy. And that is, for me, that is the big lesson in this process, is there's a certain amount of taxes are acceptable because of roads and schools and bridges and, water and power and all of these things. It's understandable. But the problem happens when people just get greedy and they just start passing tax after tax after tax. And California is a good example of why you don't do that. People are fleeing that country or that state like crazy because of all the taxes.
Appropriate at this point.
I mean, it's crazy. So, taxes are one of those, like, there are a person like Michael Malice who's just an anarchist who's like, you want roads, everybody in the neighborhood chips in to repave the roads, and there's a certain amount of anarchy to that, where we certainly shouldn't have an income tax, a federal income tax. That should be abolished completely. There is no reason to have a federal income tax.
I'd even oppose a state income tax as far as it goes.
Yeah, most states have a very, very low income tax, if any. Like this state doesn't have it at all. We don't have an income tax at all.
California.
But you get to other states that have California has a 15% sales tax.
Something like that. I don't even know what it is. And then, of course, there's that gas tax that's supposed to go towards the roads that does nothing.
Yeah, I mean, there is the amount of corruption in the system is anytime you mix the ingredients of people and money. Those two ingredients, it is impossible to negate corruption. It's impossible. The people will always find a way. Nature finds a way. People find a way. They will find a way to somehow corrupt the system to make them more money. And it's a fact of life. And so you have to design a system that, like the system of government, that has checks and balances to that. While our economy doesn't do that. Our economy has really no checks and balances other than voting with your money. But then you have monopolies. You have a company like Walmart that is so big and dominates the retail industry so much, it is nearly impossible to compete with them. Anybody. Like, imagine starting a company today that would compete with Walmart. You couldn't do it. They dictate the prices that they pay for things. The low prices every day. Well, there's a reason. They're so big and their volume is so high that companies are willing to sell bulk, supply to Walmart at less cost than maybe a mom and pop store. So Walmart is able to then pay or charge less in their stores, which just builds their monopoly even more. So it's like these systems are really hard to fight against. There's not really any elegant solution that would fix it effectively.
Correct.
Let's catch up on chat here. Want to move to Norway as we have fortune tax. Oh my God, you have a net worth tax. Oh shit. That is horrible. That is such a greedy BS. Oh my God. You are worth this much and we're just going to flat tax you based on your worth. That's almost as bad as property tax. Property taxes are horrible. Because who dictates what the property is worth?
Yeah.
We're going to say your property is worth X amount, and so now you pay us this taxes. Next year, your property is going to be worth this amount, and you're going to pay us. It's so stupid. It's one hand washing the other. It's ridiculous. Anytime a country turns socialist, which is what these taxes do, the country's the economy, the GDP stagnates to almost negative. It happened in, I want to say Sweden. I think it was Sweden. Like back in the late 70s, they went full socialist. Full socialist. They at some point, I saw a documentary. At some point, their tax rate for employers was so high that it was over 100% of their income. So, the lady, there was one of the things in the country that they were proud of that they exported was the cartoon Pippi Longstocking. This is remember, this is back in like the 70s. So Pippi Longstocking was this person in Sweden did the books, did the drawings, did all of that. They were very popular worldwide. And like in the middle of the 80s, they asked this person why they hadn't published a book in so long. Well, she came out and said, well, when I sat down and I looked at the math regarding putting out a new book, I realized that the tax on every sale of the book was like 105%. So every book sold would actually cost her money. And so it was like I couldn't afford to put out a new book because it would have cost me money. And so we haven't released. And it was one of those events that caused people to really like, wait a second. And so yeah, they passed the massive socialism systems, and their GDP stagnated to zero or slightly negative. No new companies were opening, no new businesses. Companies were actually leaving, like IKEA. IKEA left the country.
Oof.
Their company headquarters left the country. And it was like, because their taxes were so high, they couldn't make any money. They were literally taxed on their sales and on their employees so heavily, they weren't making any money. And so it was like the late 80s, early 90s, where they started reversing these policies, and they finally started coming out of the hole again. They finally started like positive GDP growth. And it's like, I see a system like that. I see a documentary like that it's obvious. It's obvious to a person with a brain how this works, how this system works, what cripples it, what doesn't. And then I see ridiculously stupid politicians talking about wealth tax, income tax, like capital gains, like every tax, and just like what's the just the general wealth, like here's a tax just on how much you're worth. All that does is either cause money to leave the country and flee to other countries that are better. And you lose that income altogether, and it also causes the general economy itself to crash, to stagnate, and to nobody's going to open a business. Nobody's going to create jobs. Nobody's going to do any of that because it just costs too much. Go look at California is the perfect example. It costs more to open a small business in California than anywhere else in the country. I mean, it costs an unbelievable amount of money. And so nobody's doing it. It's like businesses are closing up. It's impossible to be profitable because everybody's just so greedy.
The thing that bothers me the most, and part of this is just the nature of existence, but when it comes to wealth in a country, obviously big businesses are where the big haul is. But if you want financial stability, you want small businesses.
Oh,
and the problem here
yeah.
in the US is that we're just completely losing all small business.
Yeah. Yeah, the only way for a stable system is having not 5 big companies, but thousands of small companies.
Yep.
Because a big company, for one, they can't pivot very fast. Right? Look at Disney. Disney is dying. Like, and this isn't financial advice, but if I were to short any stock right now, it would be Disney. Disney, that company is going down in flames. They they are going to start selling assets like crazy. They're like this past July 4th was their lowest visitorship in any of their parks in history. So people aren't going to Disney anymore because of some of their policies, and their movies and shows and streaming service have lost billions of dollars. No company can survive that. No company can survive that. So, you know, it's one of those like, this company is going down in flames. It's so big, though, it cannot pivot very fast. How do you pivot the policies in this company very fast? You can't. There's too many people involved. You'd have to go in and be merciless with firing and changes and stuff, in order to pivot anything, in order to change anything, and it's very, very hard. So, you know, but whether or not, if you have that or the hundreds of smaller companies like startups and stuff like that, like Pixar used to be, right? Pixar was at one point a startup, and they had 10 movies in a row that were all number one in the box office. They all broke records. 10 movies in a row, just one massive hit after the other. Disney buys them. Their last movie was an utter and total flop. It lost unbelievable amounts of money. The Elemental, you know, includes a non-binary character, and you know, like it lost unbelievable amounts of money. Like a Pixar movie that flopped at the box office, utter disaster. Like I couldn't even, you know, as I was watching, you know, hit after hit after hit of Pixar, never in my life did I think, wow, these guys are so good, you know, they're just gonna start flopping. Right, the ideas, all of the stuff they were coming up with, just fantastic. And yet Disney buys them, and it just dies. It absolutely dies. So yeah, it's one of those, like, that company is you know, going down in flames, and they're just not admitting how bad it is. They're trying to do like tricks with the balance. With their budget, they're trying to do tricks with the budget to try to hide expenses, which is a sign of very bad times ahead. So take their series Andor, right? So, you know, one of their IPs that they've completely destroyed is the Star Wars franchise. But they spent a huge amount of money, like $400 million or something, making this Andor show. And they spent it's a huge amount of money, but for some reason it debuted not on Disney Plus, but on Hulu, which they also own Hulu, but it's a separate company. It's this whole separate thing, and so this Andor show was their first episode debuted on Hulu, and people were like, "What is going on here? Like, this was a Disney Plus production. Why is this happening?" Well, they did that because the entire budget of the show of Andor now is on Hulu's books. Because the show debuted on Hulu, Hulu now holds the expense, right? The expense of producing that show. And so they took that money, instead of expensing it off of Disney Plus or Disney, now it's off of Hulu and the Fox subsidiary. So it's little tricks like that, you know, when people look up like details, because it's a publicly traded company, they have to publish all the numbers. But not many people dive that deeply into the thing. But yeah, that's a bad sign. Bad sign. Let's go with this. It. It.
Oh man.
All right. How do I increase? We have the highest energy cost of all countries. That's amazing. Norway has like incredible potential for. I mean, you have a huge oil reserve off the coast of Norway. It's one of the largest. Norway has one of the largest oil reserves in the world. I think it's like number 3 in the world. Norway should be a wealthy, wealthy country with all the oil that you have. So that just tells me it's massively mismanaged. The greed of the people involved means that they're spending money on stuff that it's just makes no difference. I mean, look at like California. Like they spent last year on their books. They have like $2 billion on the books for like eliminating the homeless, and yet there's just homeless everywhere. Like these cities are being taken over by the homeless population. It's crazy. So yeah, for me, I just am like, Jesus, this is just bizarre. This is absolutely bizarre. The world we live in is just crazy. Dun, dun, dun. Now, not much else I can push in there. I don't have a steel mill anywhere over here. There's one way over there. No, that's a factory. That's a factory. I've got an iron mine there, an iron mine there. Like, it's unfortunate.
Yeah, I've got a seven length passenger train hitting 3 towns.
All right.
I think it's only getting full off one of them though.
Yeah, the town has to be pretty damn big in order to be able to fill up a train that can hold that many people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 40 passengers. Look, I guess you have some mail in there too, but as long as she's making money, that's the important thing.
130K last year.
That's pretty darn good.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. I don't think it's going to fill up off this town. I must have depleted the stockpile. Yeah, it was only 54% full. Oh well, hopefully town grows some.
Oh, nice. I have a bank open on this side. I have 3 banks in this city over here. Jesus Christ. It's funny, the bank is a thing that produces valuables and it requires valuables. So you can literally go between 2 banks and just constantly be go back and forth between 2 banks. I know there are mods that add more goods, and yeah, there's a ton of stuff that you can do with the game.
Would be funny to have a single truck stop, I assume, for banks, just one of them, and have it just do a U-turn.
Just loop around over and over and over again.
Because there's 2 banks. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd have to have a truck, and then you'd have to be like, stop at this place, stop at this waypoint, and come back to this place and see if it actually like.
I'm guessing it wouldn't work because programmatically that would be a pain. Because
Well,
then you'd have
it all
things per
depends.
unit.
It all depends on whether or not the goods it's holding stores where they came from. If it's that accurate, and I don't know. I don't know if they do. We could test it. I got a bank right here. Let me test it. So we're
I
gonna
think it
put that
tracks
there.
where passengers come from. Because I don't think you can have a passenger that just drops off at the same place.
Where is? Really? Roads don't have a waypoint?
Yeah, you're right, Masts. It's based off the length that it travels. That's why they did it that way. Is that if it does work, it wouldn't be very profitable. We're just commenting on the humor factor of it.
What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna remove this. Still don't have monorails, darn it. Okay. There's a bank down there.
That's right, for science. That's what those train crashes were about. For science.
Yeah. That's what they were about.
Yep.
$1.7 million. Pretty stagnant. I would have to grow a city pretty big. So this actually has a bank. Oh, it's right outside the coverage? Really? Really? Right outside. Oh, that would have been perfect. That would have been perfect. How about you? Again, right out. Oh my god. That is annoying. That is very annoying. I gotta have a good spot for valuables here. Where's a good city? There's one right there. Valuables. Perfect. How can we fit a train?
Alright, I'm gonna AFK a little while here. Hopefully not too long.
Yeah.
Because I will have to leave at some point, but I'm not sure when that'll be.
Well, that's right. Forgot about that. Local authority? What? Just because I moved some land? That is the stupidest thing in the world. All right. Time to go into settings. Game option. No, not in there. Um, flexible stream. Settings. Environment. authorities. Permissive. I don't know what permissive is. Okay. There we go.
Ooh, okay. Well, the coffee is gonna hop off for now.
Okay.
Talk to you later.
Yeah, see you later.
Bye.
All alone. Okay, so that accepts valuables. Really, let's go over here. No, not up. Down. There. Now we're getting expensive. Let's see. Okay. Now I need to make my way up here somehow. Who needs a river? 60,000? Get out of here, river. No need for you. Really? Can't clear the antenna tower thing. Okay. That's good to know that you can't clear those. Okay. And then we want Actually, let's just do this. There. Crazy as it is. What? Those are going the wrong way? Are all those? No, they're going fine.
All right, I'm back for at least a little while here.
Alrighty. I'm just about to get another station ready to go here.
Oh, yes.
Where do I want to put? Now that I've turned maintenance off, this should go a lot faster. Tim Electric is super, super expensive. I don't think I need that. Buy vehicle. And then we want passengers. And mail. Then you are going to go from here to here. Go. I want another one. Here. Citizens, celebrate. You better celebrate, damn it.
Worship me.
54 bags. 72 bags. Now I should start getting valuables at some point, I think. Yep, there they go. Subsidy offered, huh? No, I don't think I'm. There's too many cities. I should have reduced the amount of cities that spawned.
Think so?
Yeah, I mean down here in this area here, there's two cities right next to one another.
Oh.
All right. The one thing I want to do is that and a bridge across. Damn it. It's always a problem with the ground.
Accepts nothing. That's not good.
18,000. What are you carrying? Oh, you got valuables. You got valuables. Let's go. Let's go. 6,000. I mean, if you're gonna rob a train, this is the train to rob. Just full of armored cars and valuables. Bars of gold. It's all about the gold. Gold, gold, gold. So this guy's making me some money. $19. Oh yeah. Very profitable line over here. Even with
Excellent.
these expensive engines. But moving valuables back and forth between the banks is very realistic. Like,
Yeah.
that's how banks make money, is just charging each other fees over and over and over again. Just bleeding money. That's the 2008 crisis in a nutshell. I'll sell you these things and you give me a fee, and then they turn around and be like, hey, I'll sell you these things for a fee, and they just did that over and over and over and over again. It's like, okay. Oh yeah, we should get all those passengers. Yep.
So do you think you'll keep running after I head out, or?
Oh, probably not. I've got 17 million in the bank. I don't know, how much more I can do, and how much profit.
Yeah.
How much profit do I need?
How many zeros you need to collect?
Yeah. But I'm glad to see that you got your way out. Look at that company value, 1.4 million. Let me check your finances here.
Had a few expenses there.
Well, yeah, building and construction are always just kill it. That's why I look at revenue versus expenses. So last year you had 270,000 in revenue. That's pretty damn good. And only 32,000 in expenses. So you're making over 200,000 a year. Not taking construction into account. But yeah, you're doing pretty good.
Yep, quite the learning curve with the input systems. Not to mention I started with trains. That was a bad idea.
Yeah, trains is
Got rule
rough.
number 1.
Yeah, starting with trains is rough. Yeah. So, lesson learned, I guess.
Oh, I didn't. I learned nothing. I'm gonna make that mistake again next time.
So, anybody curious about how the city
decides what to grow. So the algorithm is very, very simple on how it decides to grow a city and where it goes. Okay, so what happens is when you click on a city, you can see town grows every 6 days when you look at the city. So this interface tells you how often the town will get a growth tick. And so what happens is at the very center of the city where the label is, where the town name is, that's the label, a invisible, let's call it an AI agent, like an invisible person, spawns in at that label, whatever nearest road is near there, right? So the nearest road to that label, a person spawns in and then walks, basically travels the road until it hits either an empty lot or a building that it can upgrade. So it has certain variables associated with like how powerful the upgrade is going to be, which there's a whole like thing behind the scenes that dictates that. But like when you have a limited amount of space in your city like we have, you're more likely to get higher density buildings because you're not able to get that urban sprawl, right? It's not able to build its own roads, and so it eventually only is able to upgrade buildings, which is why we have such densely populated buildings. Even the ones we're not servicing, a lot of those are building up because they can't build out. So these cities, like the ones that I built around, if I had enabled cities actually place roads, the footprint of the cities would be 2 or 3 times large. Like they would just spread out like crazy. But yeah, they spawn at the location and then they start walking it's just a random path. So it'll randomly select a building to upgrade. Every tick, right? Every time this says the town grows every 6 days. And then you can go into the local authority and fund new buildings, which will immediately offload some of the pressure of building. And so you'll get a big surge of new buildings, and then eventually they'll sort of fall away if you're not supplying that very much. So that is why if I go over like Os's area over here, the city of Pluntberg, that's why there's this line of houses down this road, because it's the only road out of which that AI agent was able to walk. And so every time it hit an empty lot, it would grow something. And then as it goes, if it has to go further and further and further out, then the algorithm will start picking buildings to upgrade. Now, if he went in here and he added a whole bunch of roads, like a grid around the city, then the city would start filling that in and not upgrade any of those buildings. So that's how the very simple algorithm worked in the original game, and they did exactly the same. And I'm sure there's to have a game script or something that somebody has made that literally redoes that or figures it out a different way. But that's the basics of how the cities grow. And the thing that dictates whether they grow, again, the base game, very simple. It's just based on like population, right? Passengers. So your max passengers compared to how many passengers. So right now, this city here is at 417 passengers, but with a max of 1,900, which means I am not moving very many passengers in this city, which stunts its growth. As you can see, town grows every 15 days in this bigger city. Whereas like over here, this Pluntberg was, not that city. What city was it that I was servicing? That it was faster than that. Anyway, So the higher, the more you start supplying it, this is the only thing. It does not care about goods delivery. By default, I think there's definitely scripts that you can get that goods are actually a requirement in the city to grow it. But by default, it's just based on what the max number is compared to how many. So you can add one of the strategies that somebody did to try to grow a city to be the biggest. All you do is you create a little like circle, you create a little cluster of like bus stops, and you just have buses that go around in little circles, and you just have a lot of those little circles everywhere as the town grows out, because the important thing is that all of the squares of all of the houses are covered with a station, and that station is getting a constant service of building or of vehicles. So the closer this passengers a month and mail a month gets to the max, the closer that is to the max, the faster and bigger the city will grow. The more town growth ticks you get. And the cities can get very, very large. Very large. And just, basically encompass other cities as they grow.
I know there's a button you can click somewhere that tells you how big it can get. I just don't remember.
Well, I mean, the base game had a limit of the city size, but this version, the open source version, I think because of modern computers, they opened it up almost to no limit. Whatever limit your computer has. Because I think the base game had a limit of 100,000 population, but I've seen screenshots of people having 500,000 population, and the city would take up, in a 256 map like this, the city would take up almost a half of the footprint of the map. Just huge cities. At that point, it's just an exercise in like how extreme can you get, right? So it's just you're making so much money at that point. It just doesn't matter. But look at my sweet headquarters. It is awesome. It's actually a little building with a little flag out in front of it. Glorious. Company value is just shy of 20 million. Look at that. And I think we started in 65. So, this is basically like somebody founding a company after they like graduate college in like 1965, and they start a transport company, and it's 1990 now. So what is that? 25 years? So 25 years on, and I've now grown the company to 20 million, and I've got 14 trains and 36 road vehicles. So I probably employ, maybe 300 people, 200 people in the company, to cover all the shifts and all the maintenance and development, and upkeep, and all that kind of stuff. But I like to think that these cities grew because I'm employing a bunch of people, and they're happy, and they're able to get to work because of my sweet buses, and I don't know. Now that I'm delivering goods, they're actually able to buy some stuff. But Haas has got to head out here soon. I'm sure. Yeah, it's 4:30. So, anyway, yeah, I think we had a fun time. I thank you all for coming by. Mattson, welcome to the channel, sir. I'm glad you're able to stop by and interact and ask questions. And I do like it when people actually, interact in some way and ask questions or, do that kind of stuff, because it gives me something other to do than just sit and stare at the screen. I actually have to think. I played so many games of this that like when I loaded in, like I was just like I was back in high school and playing this on my computer, like my lovely 486 that I had back in high school. Like it looks exactly the same, plays the same, has the same sound effects. This is the de facto standard transport game. And Chris Sawyer, the guy who made it, freaking programmed it in assembler.
Oof.
That guy, all of his games were programmed in assembler. So
Jeez.
Roller Coaster Tycoon, Transport Tycoon, all coded in assembler. Just I don't even know. I don't even know. That guy was such a low level like genius programmer. I don't even know how he did it. To program something that is in pure assembler. Jesus. I don't even know. So yeah, it's a fantastic game. It's free. It's 7 megs. Like, get some nostalgia going, you know. Load it up, play a little bit. And it's multiplayer. You can have I know it's like the Spiffing Brit. I think he did like it was maybe a year or two ago, he did a million subscriber special where he had a game of this and it was like 500 players. Like he invited every like patron backer, like everybody he invited into the game, and yeah, he had like 500 people or something in one map. So yeah, it's a fun little game. And it's free. So upcoming, I am planning on doing a little stream on Monday. That is my birthday. Likely, it's probably going to be Farming Sim. I'm probably going to buy a copy of that just to sit back, relax, and mow some grass or something, and just talk about how old I am. And, you know, I'm an old fogey, and it's rough.
How many miles you had to walk
Oh.
uphill to get to school every day?
Yeah, I've got a lot of mileage on me. Oof. So yeah, I'll have a little birthday stream on Monday, and then probably something, depending on what's going on Wednesday and who's around, we might just continue whatever we're doing on Monday. So if Renegade is around or anybody, like, I'm not sure. But yeah, just, you know, my streams, I like to be relaxed and chill and interact with whoever's around and whoever wants to talk. And please stick around, and I'll see everybody on Monday. Please hit that like button, as everybody says. If you enjoyed yourself, subscribe if you're new to the channel. Consider being a patron and joining us on these streams when we do multiplayer games. I try to get multiplayer games going, so everybody can join. But yeah, at any rate, more work has been done on the vintage engineering mod. So if you want to be a patron and support that mod, I would greatly appreciate it. But otherwise, I will see everybody